to settle in, get comfortable, which has been a challenge for every young pitcher, for most every young pitcher that has played their first few pitches. And there's a shot right back up to the plate. Baggett tries to go back home, and good catch there by the catcher, Anthony Davis, as that ball was definitely a little high. And so the fielder's choice, 1-2.
Here's the pitcher, number 7, Trey Lawrence.
So Guthrie's out at the plate. Bent moves over to third. Ward moves to second. And Cornelius Davis, who I mentioned, his brother Corin earlier, reaches first on the fielder's choice. But there are 2 outs. In the box is Trey Lawrence, who will be pitching the bottom half of this inning. To the second shortstop and right to second base. So a nice fielder's choice. 6-4 ends the inning. And so Team Virginia gets out of quite a pickle there. Florida leaves 3 runners on the base pads. They only get 1 run, though. So a big break there for Virginia. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with the bottom half of the first inning. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Heading to the bottom half of the first inning here, the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network. We're live here in Atlanta, Georgia at the Georgia State Baseball Complex. Today's first of 3 games features Team Florida. Team Florida, the PRO Youth Foundation 16U team, head coach Chip Lawrence, and Team Virginia. Head coach Manny Upton brings his group of young men from the Virginia Chesapeake Bay area here, and Coach Upton has brought a team up here for at least the last 10 years. So this is the 15th annual year. A lot of these coaches are veterans of this, and you know, we'll make mention of a young man from Team Virginia that was just recently drafted that played in this very tournament just 2 years ago. At the plate, Hector Rivera leading off for Team Virginia. Rivera is the shortstop, currently facing a 2-1 count. Count moves to 3-1. On the bump for Team Florida, number 7, Trey Lawrence from Palmetto, Florida. Attends Palmetto High School. The 3-1 pitch Fouled off. Rivera from Portsmouth, Virginia, a rising sophomore, attends Granby High School. Full count, pitch to the plate, low, ball one. So Team Virginia starts their half of the inning with a runner on first. Coming up to the plate,
Number 1, Carlos Ovalle.
Carlos Ovalle be playing third base today. As Lawrence throws back over to first. Carlos attends Oscar Smith High School. One of the leaders on this team, according to Coach Upton, as I was talking to and watching the team in batting practice a little earlier today. Young man with a great personality, natural leader. 0-2 pitch, swinging strike. Well, check that. Might count on the board. Sometimes what you guys are seeing on the screen a little bit different than what I see on the board. So. Well, I'm saying what I'm seeing on the scoreboard is a little bit different sometimes than what you were seeing on the screen. I'm looking at it a little bit different from what you're looking at, as it still shows 1-1 on the board, but I believe it is now a 1-2 count. Lawrence, runner going. There's that throw. Oh, safe. So there's some speed there by Hector Rivera. You know, as we mentioned yesterday, Guthrie picked off 2 runners yesterday. So Rivera is showing some nice speed getting to second base. The count is even at 2. Inside, foul ball, hits the net right in front of us. The 2-2 pitch to the plate, low, bounce, runner's going to go for it to third. The throw over, he's safe, and so Hector Rivera taking every opportunity he gets to try to put his team in position. Let's see if they rule that. I'm not sure if they're going to rule that a stolen base or maybe a pass ball or a wild pitch advancing the runner to third. We'll get some clarification on that. That ball is low, and so Ovalle walks. So 2 consecutive walks for Trey Lawrence. We have runners on the corner. And coming to the plate is the DH, Christian Dunn, for Team Virginia.
Number 23, Christian Dunn.
Christian Dunn at the plate. Runners are on the corners. One ball, no strikes. Runner on first is moving. Guthrie pump fakes and allows him to just go ahead and have that stolen base. Two balls, no strikes. Runners are on third and second. Called strike 1. Another ball that's low. It's Now we've got 3 balls and 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, low, and now we've got a bases loaded situation here for Team Florida. Virginia loads up the bases now. 3 consecutive walks and going to get a visit to the mound as they try to settle in young Mr. Lawrence here. Always the one beautiful thing I mentioned earlier, had a great opportunity to talk to a lot of great baseball people, coaches and scouts, and so already here in Game 1, we start the parade of great people, great baseball people. Joining me right now in the booth, the head baseball coach at Alabama A&M, Coach Elliott Jones. Coach, how we doing? Thank you for coming up and taking time.
Doing well, man. Thank you for the opportunity, man. It's a good day to have great baseball, man, out here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, Coach, you know, this is let's start from a little while we're in the midst of this kind of situation here. While we've got a bases loaded situation here at the plate for Team Virginia, Quentin Young. Now, Coach, you look at the size of Mr. Young there. He's a rising freshman.
Yeah, great makeup, man. Lanky kid.
Listed as 6'3" in the book, Quentin Young. Listed as 6'3" from out of California.
Absolutely, man. Great baseball, specifically for minorities, man, in that California region, man. And a lot of good players in that area, and really good that we're able to attract them and get them over to see what type of ability, and really good swing back through the middle, man, scoring 2 runs, man.
That's going to bring in 2, so Young gets that one to scoot right underneath. I mean, that was a good, clean hit. We might have a pickoff play here. We'll see what happens here if Florida can execute this, and they do. They get the tag. I'm not sure if the base runner kind of got caught in a bad situation. Young advances all the way over to second, so we've got a 2 RBI single by Young. Well, I don't know. They're going to rule that an error by the second base. Would you rule that an error by the second baseman over there, Coach?
I would say that could have been an error. Yes, he didn't put his glove on it, but it should have been a play made and went between his legs. But the kid put a good swing on it, man, and it was barreled up really good. It was
a good hit. So our score right now sits at 2-1. Coach, when you get a chance to come out and you know, see the level of competition and these young men, tell us a little bit about your journey coming to this MVP tournament, and how does this fall into your schedule with all of the recruiting that you all are doing this time of year?
Well, it's really been a great event for me in my 12 years of coaching now. And it started out even when I was a player, really a good swing again by Team Virginia.
McGarity drops that one right there in front of center field. That is Ashton McGarity. With a nice clean single there. He was yesterday's starting pitcher for Team Virginia. You were saying, Coach?
Yeah, so it's always been a really good event for me, per se, being a young assistant early on in my career at Southern University for Coach Kadar. Mm-hmm. And then moving along, when I left Kadar after 6 seasons, I ended up being the assistant at Grambling State for 3 years as well with James Cooper before getting the head job here at Alabama A&M this past fall. So it's always been a really good event, very attracting area, a lot of baseball being played in the Atlanta area. But for getting those guys to be able to attract other minority teams in the United States, from like Team Chicago, Team California, and that's really good because it allows us to bring the best of the best in those areas to one event. That way we can attract, be at one location and see what the kids have to put on display.
Mm-hmm. At the plate is B.J. McIntyre. McIntyre from Chesapeake, Virginia, Grassfield High School. He's got runners on first and second. And so you've scouted this for Southern, for Grambling. Now you're here. You've got your own program. what is it you want to be able to do with your program that at Alabama A&M that maybe you've taken some things from your journeys, with in at Grambling and Southern? What is it you want to do with your program? What kind of young men do you want to bring into your program?
Well, I'll start off for the most part. I'm attracted to guys that have really good academics and good character. If you don't have those two things for us, man, we try to stay away from those type of athletes, because at the end of the day, it's my job as the head coach at Alabama A&M to prepare our guys for life after baseball. And if we're attracting the wrong caliber of players, then we didn't do a better job at it. But like I said, Atlanta is a very attracting area for us. The location of our university in Huntsville, Alabama. We're in a very, very central location of really good baseball in Atlanta, Birmingham, Nashville, Memphis. So we have to do a really good job, myself and my staff, of getting out and putting some landmarks in these areas, regions, to try to find the best players to help our program.
Mm-hmm. So now you've made it through the first year of your program. You've had to deal with COVID. Talk about a challenge coming into your first year dealing with COVID. Talk a little bit about your experiences the past year. I mean, that's got to be tougher than I can't even imagine how tough. That's probably the toughest of all situations that anyone might have to deal with. Coming in as a new coach.
Being a first-year head coach, it was very, very, very an experience, but I appreciated every bit of it.
Okay.
Getting hired November 16th, getting to campus January 1st,
mm-hmm.
getting my staff in place, and meeting my players for the first time via Zoom,
mm-hmm.
because at that time, everything was online.
Right.
So meeting my players for the first time on Zoom, getting there, getting acclimated to the campus, the environment, the new adjustment, leaving Grambling State after a really good fall.
Mm-hmm.
It was very, very, very interesting. But I always told people from the day one I got on campus that I wasn't going to use that as an excuse
mm-hmm.
for us not to be able to be very competitive and working hard as a program. And we did. The kids, it took us a while to get those kids on track. But one thing I loved about the guys I inherited in my program, they worked hard each and every day. They never complained, because everyone understands, man, the average 18 to 21-year-old to not have a head coach for 8 months
right.
was very, very maturing of them to stick together during that process. And so we were able to finish third place on the Eastern Division of our conference and punch our ticket into the SWAC tournament
right.
for the first time in 5 years. So that was a really plus for our program.
Right. It's only, and of course at that time, 10 league conference, only 8 advance into the playoffs. Who do you lean on? When you're trying to figure it all out. You get hired in November. Who are some of the people that you went to kind of maybe give you some advice and kind of tell you, hey, this is maybe how you might want to get things going?
I'll tell you this one thing, man. I have two. One of my best friends, James Cooper. It took me 12 games to get my first collegiate win as a head coach,
okay.
and I can tell you this much. Coop gave me a call after every game, man, and gave me words of encouragement and uplifted me. And, of course, Coach Kadar, my mentor, being a player and being a coach for him. Of course, we talk every day up until yesterday. I spoke with him last night and told him I was at this event. And we brought back memories of how many really good players have come out of this event. And so those two guys along, man, with James Cooper, the head coach of Grambling State, and then my former mentor and former coach of my own, Roger Kadar, those two guys really stuck by my side even the whole year. And first game, we didn't plan it, but I opened up with Cooper in the first game, first round of the SWAC tournament.
Right, there you go, right off the box, huh? Oh, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. Obviously, with an Alabama A&M, part of the SWAC, now part of the SWAC 12, you're on the eastern side. Things get a little bit tougher as new members, new conference foes now, Florida A&M and Bethune-Cookman come in. And one of the exciting things, hearing even Dr. McClellan talk about, now the SWAC is not just going to be a football power, but it is a baseball power. How did that sound to you as a baseball coach hearing that?
Well, I'll tell you, it's always really good to be able to have growth within your conference, and adding those two institutions to our conference, like you said, it strengthens our respect across the world with other schools, specifically in baseball. Those two schools historically have done a really good job in baseball, and like I told my assistants, my staff, hey man, we got to work that much harder on our side specifically. Because I've been on both sides now, and we used to always joke about the Wild Wild West, but now, man, it's going to be very competitive.
The East is a beast now.
Yeah. So
man.
I tell people all the time, man, that alone, man, and having to play those schools twice, man, home and home, it's going to be very competitive, man. It's going to bring some girt and some respect across the regions to our conference.
I asked Coach Cooper this. I didn't get a chance to ask Coach Vasquez, so I'm going to get you in trouble here. And there's just over the head of the second baseman, that was Ryan Morrow, the right fielder, who opens up the top half of the inning with a single just over the head of the second baseman, Calvin Mabry. I got to talking about the format and scheduling. So you've been in it as a player and assistant coach. What is your thoughts, or what would you like to see in terms of the scheduling and the SWAC, in terms of playing both sides? And he's going already, not wasting any time getting that stolen base, Ryan Morrow.
Well, I tell you, I was kind of being involved in the conference for, like I said, over 10 years now as a player and as a coach. I would love to see our specifically sport be able to play everyone in the conference at least one weekend. I was in vote of that, but of course, when you start looking into budgeting and funding, it makes it a little difficult and taxing on some institutions to make that happen. So I think we did a really good job after the spring championships to still put forth the right type of schedule that we need, just like other schools doing, having 4 open weekends on the front end of the schedule, and then playing conference only all the way up until the SWAC tournament. Not having a weekend off, I think that was really good for us, and I think we did a good job.
So that ball hit towards the third baseman. I thought he did a good job on that play, Coach, of just keeping that ball in front. He may not have been able to get the play, but he kept that ball from getting by him, which probably would have resulted in a run.
Well, I'll tell these people, people that are watching, man, over here at Georgia State, they look like they put some sand down to help with their grass, man. So those sand bunkers out there are making it tough on the infielder, specifically on the corners. And making routine ground balls, because they hit that sand bunker and like a golf ball, either hits and hold or hits and jumps. Oh,
a little bunt attempt there by number 23, and unable to get that. I was just about to praise the pitcher for doing a great job of checking third, second, and then he makes the throw, and he kind of left it a little short.
But I would teach my pitchers right there in that situation, catch a bunt back to him. He should have probably turned directly, just go to second base and try to look for a double play.
Okay. So you would have said, instead of checking third first, go to second.
Correct, because that's a bunt situation there. Runners on first and second, no outs. My third baseman is kind of in between, and specifically in the high school, his third baseman was playing in, so he didn't have a chance to get back to his bag to recover. So the ball bunted hard like it just was. I would have gone to second, try to look for a double play, and try to give myself a chance to have runners on third with 2 outs.
That was Greg Jones there. So yeah, back to the scheduling thing. Look, that's one of the things that I'm going to be one of those people that I'm going to continue to ask the questions at as many, because I want to see, we got to figure out a way. I don't know if it's doing quads or
and that's the thing.
Something to bring teams together so that everybody gets a chance to see everybody before you go into that tournament.
And it makes it a little taxing now because Daytona Beach is so far out from everyone else.
Right.
Before those two institutions got into the league, good play.
Well, look at that. Just as we were talking about Vallier struggling there on third, makes a nice diving catch and then gets up and tags the runner out. So sort of a bit of redemption there for the young man at third base.
Absolutely. So, like I said, going back to it, it was very, very intriguing. Before we got the Florida schools in the conference, so now having Florida schools and those Texas schools, man, that's a taxing trip. Specifically for baseball, normally we're the non-revenue sports that don't always have opportunity to fly places, and so you're looking at those are day and a half trips from Texas to Florida. So, but like you said, I commend Coach Mike Robinson. At one point in our conference calls, he brought up making us East, West, and Central. So I'll be very intriguing to see.
There you go. I like that. I like that. You can do that with 12 teams. That's 3. Everybody you got 4 in, and maybe try to. I like that
and
concept.
You might possibly play one team from each division throughout the year.
I like that. I'm at the right to keep that one down. That's a good idea. Runner from second going, and I tell you, Team Florida is being really aggressive on the base pads. They must have seen something yesterday. Or they just feel like whenever that ball hits the ground, if it's not clean, they're just running. They're just going to go with it.
I like it, man. And I know I'm pretty the manager over at Florida team, Chip Lawrence, man. He's a Southern guy.
Yes,
played for Coach Kadar. A scared man can't gamble, and a jealous man can't leave home. So I like the aggressiveness.
Are you? Would you consider yourself, in terms of your style, do you teach that level of aggressiveness on the base pads with your team?
Absolutely. I tell my guys all the time, we work on dirt ball reads, base running every day, because that's 1/3 of a game that can win or lose games, base running, and people overlook those things in practice, but we don't, man. We take 15 to 30 minutes each day, man, to work on base running, man, because we want our guys to be aggressive. Because, like I said, if you be aggressive, man, that put pressure on the defense, and you never know what can happen. I tell guys all the time, man, you run hard, man, you take the extra base, you make outfielders want to be aggressive, and they can misplay a ball, overthrow a cutoff, man. So all those things correlates with being aggressive, man, on the base path, man. And so we coach it and teach it every day at our program.
Joining us right now, Coach Elliott Jones, head coach of Alabama A&M University, the Bulldogs, heading into his second year this upcoming season. Your staff, building a staff, when there's a high pop-up, is that going to stay infield? Runners going all the way around. Shortstop makes it, and Team Virginia gets out of it. Again, somehow Team Virginia gets out of it without bleeding out on the field. I mean, another opportunity that Team Florida could have really opened the game up on them. Your staff, building a staff, how challenging or where do you go to build your staff and bring in people as a first-year coach? What was your strategy, or who did you bring in?
So my top assistant right now is Corbin Green, a guy that's from the Alabama Tuscaloosa area. Played baseball at University of Louisiana Monroe, got into coaching, coached at Texas State, coached at Wiley College. So been around the historical black colleges, and we were good friends, and I always kind of leaned on each other when it comes to trying to help each other when we were young. When I was an assistant, trying to help him find players that kind of was on the bubble of being a Division I player or NAIA player. And I also hired one of my former players, Shanti Wheatley, played at Southern for me. Okay. So he's my outfield coach, and then I have a graduate assistant, Logan Smith, former player that actually pitched on the staff at A&M for my first season. He's a local guy that wanted to work on his grad studies, so giving him an opportunity to get around coaching, be involved in the program. And one thing I can tell you, man, when looking for guys as a head coach for a building staff, I'll tell people all the time, man, you got to find loyal people. I'll take a loyal assistant over a guy that's not loyal, because at the end of the day, I can teach you how to be a better assistant.
What does that look like? You mentioned loyalty from the coaching perspective. I've been an assistant coach, been a head coach in a different sport. What is loyalty? What does that look like?
I would say loyalty is for me per se is doing what's asked, going up and above for the student athletes, but also understanding, hey, I'm not out for my job. I'm not trying to get you a job. I want to be loyal to you and to this program, and understand that I'm gonna put our program or my program as an assistant in the best opportunity to be successful. And a lot of times you'll find guys that want to get an opportunity, but they're trying to get an opportunity off you to get the next job. And so my staff, honestly, are loyal to me. They're young and trying to better themselves, and also to learn how to coach at this Division I level.
And is there a sense as the head coach, with the same respect that you're trying to do the best for your student athletes, are you also trying to put your assistant coaches in positions so that you want your assistant coaches to be head coaches? Like, you want to build your tree. Like Coach Kadar, you're part of his deep tree. Coach Connor, you're part of his tree. Is there a sense there for most good coaches who want to build that?
That was one of the things I ask my guys all the time. I bring them in the staff. We have a staff, and I ask them, hey, man, what's your end goal? Okay. What do you want? Mm-hmm. And what can I do to help you get to that end goal? Right. And if you're at your end goal, well, let's maximize that time and to be the best you can be. Mm-hmm. And like I said, most guys that are getting to coaching, they want to be head coaches at some point. Right. So I tell them, hey, man, you have to do this and that. It's a grind. Right. I never look down or think I'm better than my assistant coaches. Like, it'd be days I'm out on the field pulling the talk with my players. Mm-hmm. Now, do the average head coach do that? No. But I want my staff and my players and my program to understand, hey, we're all in this together, mm-hmm. and we're all for one for all. And so if we have that mentality, then it rubs off on the next recruiting class or the next assistant coach or the next recruiting coordinator or the next head coach to build that camaraderie between our program and go from there to build a family-oriented environment.
Hearing you say that reminds me and I coach basketball, but it's the equivalent of, it sounds like the equivalent of the basketball coach that'll sweep the floor before practice, not telling another kid to do it or an assistant or some other body else, hey, I'm going to sweep the floor. And then at the end of the night or at the end of a game, he's going through the bleacher picking up the trash and stuff. And then the kids are gone, their parents scoop them up, but the last people in the gym are who? The coaches.
The coaches. And that's what, and that's okay. Because like, at the end of the day, like, if I want something done a certain way, then I want to be able to show you guys. You got to do
it yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You want it done a certain way, you have to do it yourself. You got to get your hands dirty. And so I tell people all the time, it was a quote that I got from Coop a couple years ago. Hey, man, I would rather take the stairs than the elevator. Mm-hmm. No one wants to take the stairs.
I heard him mention that. I heard him say
Everyone
that before.
wants to take the elevator. The elevator's going to be crowded. Take the stairs and be okay. You'll be okay.
I have to get that on a quote and put that up in my room at school. That's we don't have any elevators at my school, so I'm taking the stairs all the time. But
right.
But it'd be a great. I think I might put that up.
Great
and
analogy.
Coach will be like, Coach, we don't have any elevators. What are you talking about? Hey, look, when that day comes, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. I was checking out my hotel this morning and went to press the elevator with my luggage because I was on the 5th floor. And unfortunately, at the DoubleTree I'm staying at, it was they were doing work on one of the elevators, so it was only one elevator. And I pressed open, and they were going down on the 5th floor.
Yeah.
It was crowded.
Yeah.
I said, I'll just take the stairs.
Yeah.
With my luggage. And it was a struggle going down the stairs with your luggage. Mm-hmm. But like I tell my guys all the time, man, everyone wants the easy way out, man. No one wants to take the hard way. And that's the normally the way that you want to take and you learn from it and you have a chance to be successful in life.
Mm-hmm. Well, Coach, I appreciate you taking time. First game, first morning here, coming out. What I'm learning, and as I talk to more people within the SWAC, it's a lot of Southern. I don't want to say Southern has built the current SWAC, but if I did an inventory of how many people have either come from Southern or are Southern, I'm gonna tell you now. I know where that braggadocio from Southern comes from. I know where it comes from. So we're gonna stay here, Coach. I thank you. Let people know how they can reach you. You're probably a social media guy. How can they support your program?
On Instagram and on Instagram it's Coach E Jones. That's Instagram is Coach E Jones. On Twitter is Coach E Jones 1. And of course, we have our social media accounts for our that our managers run for our program. It's Alabama A&M _ BSB on Instagram and Twitter. So, like I said, if you guys have players or you players that think they can play at our level, at Division I level, feel free to reach out. I'm in the business. I'm in the business to help, not to hurt. Mm-hmm. So if I can't help you, I won't hurt you. But like I said, we're excited about the direction we're taking our program in, and like I said, look forward to the support and people in minority baseball.
I'm sure you get tagged a lot in a lot of baseball clips and stuff. And
I got tagged by a 5-year-old that was out here yesterday, man.
Really?
I said, man, he has a Twitter and Instagram already. I said, man, the baseball IQ never stops, man. Me and Coop were talking about this morning at breakfast. Hey, man, that 5-year-old.
Did he when he tagged you? What is he showing you? Is he showing you his glove skills, his batting skills? What is he?
We took a picture of him yesterday at the event, but he was playing wall ball. And people forget about it. Kids don't play wall ball anymore. He was sitting right there behind home plate, throwing that baseball off the brick wall, and his hands and IQ for a 5-year-old is above the roof. It starts.
He
had an A&M shirt on.
Okay, see, future Bulldog.
His family is alumni of A&M.
Future Bulldog. Hey, that's a future bat boy. You get him coming to a game, have him be one of these guys out here, one of the ball boys. Now that hopefully with stadiums being open and hopefully you guys in Huntsville get a great crowd in all your home games this upcoming year. That young man, he's putting in a bid, coach, to try to come in and coach. You need somebody in the dugout or the shag balls? I'm here, Coach. I got you.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Well, again, Coach, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming up.
Take care. Y'all be safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, that's Coach Elliott Jones. Make sure to hit him up on Instagram at Coach E. Jones on Instagram, and that's Coach E. Jones _1 on Twitter. Alabama A&M _ BSB, Instagram and Twitter. Make sure to tag your future baseball prospects to Coach Jones, and a lot of great coaches and scouts here today. So this is an awesome experience. Our score right now, 2-1. There's a shot over to third base. Ovalier over to first, but the run does score on that sacrifice, and that was Jaden Upton. No, check that. That was Connor Bent who had that leadoff double that went over center fielder's head and then just came home to score thanks to that sacrifice by Dante Ward. Sacrifice 5-3. Our score is tied up at 2. Bases are empty for Marlon Baguette on the mound for Team Virginia. Here in the top of the third. There's a high pop-up by Cornelius Davis. The catcher, nice job there by the catcher, Anthony Davis. Had to do a little bit of dancing there to make sure he stayed on that ball. Two outs in the inning. Coming up will be the pitcher, Trey Lawrence. He grounded out to end the first inning. First pitch is fouled off. Fouled off for strike 2 as that one was a little inside. So now Marlon Baguette on the mound has a chance to get out of this inning. The 0-2 pitch to the plate. Ooh, that one's just a little high over the head there. Ball 1. when you don't have to duck on a ball that's coming at your head. That's telling you something. The 1-2 pitch. Well, that time it did hit him on the helmet. Well, did it? I thought it did. It was deflected off of the glove. The 1-2 pitch to the plate. Slap towards the shortstop, unable to cleanly pick that one up. And I'm probably going to rule that one an E6. As Trey Lawrence is going to end up on first now with
Number 21, Ryan Morrow.
2 outs. Fourth error of the contest for Team Virginia, but they're still in this ball game. Score still sitting at 2-2. And he is saved. That throw over. Second, Trey Lawrence ends up stealing second. As we're at the plate now for Team Florida, Ryan Morrow with a runner on second. 2 outs. Score tied up at 2. Baguette to the plate. That ball is hit and over another shot into right center. Runner's going to come around Lawrence, and that's a single RBI there for Ryan Morrow. His second consecutive single.
The third baseman, number 8, Jaden Nunez.
And Team Florida jumps ahead. With a runner on first, 2 outs. At the plate now, number 8, Jaden Nunez. Nunez reached on an error in his last at-bat in the second inning. That ball skips in the dirt by Baggett. Well, we were going to wait until we got to the end of this inning, but I've got a special guest, another special guest here in the box with me, the head coach of Florida A&M University baseball program, Coach Jamie Shoup. Coach, pleasure to have you up here in the box with us. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to be seeing some baseball on this warm summer afternoon here in Atlanta.
Ovalle unable to get that one over to his first baseman cleanly. Nice throwback in from the first baseman here, and that was on Nunez. So, Coach, as you get a chance to come out and an event like this here in Atlanta, obviously not far away from the home base in Tallahassee, tell us a little bit about your recruiting schedule right now, and you get a chance to come out here and just kind of what your recruiting schedule's like right now for your program.
A little busy. We just had a showcase last Saturday at our ballpark, and then, of course, taking the opportunity to come here and see this great event. This is year 8 coming to this event for me, and
okay.
What's great about it is you see the talent getting better and better every year. So this year, I think the talent is probably as good as it's been, and you also see young talent, and the way see Manny Upton go into the mound now. Quick story with Manny Upton. BJ, obviously the father of BJ and Justin Upton, 2 big leaguers. BJ, the #1 player chosen in the draft several years back. When I was working at Florida State as a recruiting coordinator, BJ was one of my signees to come to Florida State. Of course, being the first pick in the draft, he never made it.
Right.
Manny Upton's a great guy. Does some MEAC officiating for basketball, and just a overall great family. He and his wife Yvonne that I got to know very well during the recruiting process of BJ. And actually, he also coached Michael Kadire in high school, and also coached Justin Wright as well. So a couple of big leaguers there. The Upton name is kind of a household name when it comes to baseball, especially HBCU baseball.
And he just had I know Coach was telling me he had James Woods, who was drafted by the San Diego Padres just a couple of weeks ago, or what was it?
Last Sunday.
Last
Yeah,
Sunday,
yeah.
who was in this tournament a couple of years ago.
I think it was third rounder, if I'm not mistaken.
I was in the middle of trying to find that, and then we had Coach Jones up here a second ago, and so
Yeah, HBCU baseball in general has gotten better, and we've gotten better from events such as this, where we have some good talent all in one area. We don't have to go beat the bushes very hard to find these guys.
Right.
So, always excited to see it getting better. And baseball, as I said, in the HBCU areas, the MEAC, especially the conference we're leaving to join the SWAC, baseball continues to get better every year. And it was fun being in the MEAC and seeing it develop, and I can't wait to get in the SWAC and see what that holds for us as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that, man, I mean, it was, definitely the baseball in the MEAC was good. And to see between FAMU and Bethune, the dominance over the years, we were kind of doing a little bit of a show recap looking at the last 30-something years of FAMU athletics in the MEAC, and I saw the number of times that, our program and Bethune had been either in the championship or in second place, and now we get ready to go to the SWAC. What are your thoughts now that we are official members of the SWAC? The SWAC just becomes that much better, and I think that's because we, FAMU and Bethune, are joining it. What's your thoughts on joining the conference there?
Well, it's kind of a little bit apprehensive. I know the SWAC baseball very well. During my time at FAMU, and even during my time at Florida State, was very familiar with some of the teams in the SWAC. At FAMU, we've played, just last year we played Alabama State twice and Grambling 3 times.
Right.
We also have played Jackson State through the years, so very familiar with that caliber of baseball. Realizing, too, the apprehensive part on our part is realizing that we're going to have to get better to be able to compete in the SWAC for a conference championship.
Yep.
I'm very impressed. We had our FAMU Day around the 1st of July. The commissioner from the SWAC was in. Just very impressed with the leadership at the SWAC as well.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a baseball conference, I really do.
He mentioned that, and as I've talked to a couple of the coaches from the SWAC, hearing that, it's not just a football conference. He made a point of saying it is now a football and baseball conference, which I'm like, wow, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's strong. That's a strong
that tells you
statement.
something. It does.
But first, everybody has to understand the importance of football
Sure.
for all our programs.
Sure.
And every conference has to be a football conference to survive. But to hear baseball linked in there as a football and a baseball conference, something the commissioner's words, those weren't my words.
Exactly.
Those are something
Right.
the
Dr.
commissioner
McClellan said that. Exactly.
Yeah, he did. And he was on campus, as I said, in 1st of July. We had a big SWAC transition day, big press conference, a couple of social gatherings at the president's house, and just did a big to-do of it. So we're excited. I mean, that move would not have happened unless, without the work of up-and-coming AD Courtney Gaucher.
Yes.
The guy's done a tremendous job in the short time he's been there. Dr. Robinson, Larry Robinson, our president, hired him, and it's been the best hire. Everybody had talked about getting into the SWAC, but only one AD had made that happen, and that was Courtney Gaucher in his short time there. So I think it's going to be a great move for us, and we're certainly excited for it.
Now, how many young men have you been able to, any on the current roster that you've been able to recruit or get signed from out of this event? Any names come to mind?
Yeah, no guys specifically that I can name, but we do have a lot of kids that come from, or several kids that have come from this event. The Florida team is playing right now. They got young talent that we're certainly going to keep an eye on. They've got probably 3 or 4 kids. Actually, 7 or 8 of them came to our camp, our showcase last week, last weekend.
Nice.
So we're very excited about this group of young team from the Florida team specifically. There's a kid from Virginia that can really hit. There's a couple of kids from the Atlanta team that can play.
Oh yeah.
So as I said, the talent continues to get better, and as the talent get better, you'll see more kids surface not only in the SWAC and in the MEAC and the HBCUs, but you'll also see in what you saw this past year in the Major League Draft start to develop and start to surface a little bit.
Before I ask you a couple of questions regarding the Major League Draft and going there, when you're in Florida, when you're where you're at in Tallahassee, you're such a fertile ground of talent. How important is it to be able to, I don't want to say recruit the state, but maybe the region, because we're Tallahassee, we sit so close to Alabama, the Gulf Coast, the Georgia area, mid-Florida. I mean, how important is it to kind of to own as much of that regional territory as you can get your hands on?
It's kind of, I mean, it's vital. I mean, you have to be able to recruit the state of Florida if you live in Florida, and if you're at a state school that does not have waivers for out of state.
Okay.
So a lot of people don't understand the recruiting process and why it's so vital for us to be able to recruit the state of Florida.
Okay.
And the recruiting resources are as fertile as the grounds are, as you said. They're still limited simply because of this reason. If I go sign a kid, and, you know, we're not a full scholarship support. We don't have but 11.7 scholarships, and we're not even at that limit, FAMU. And I'm good. A lot of the HBCUs are the same way. But if I sign a kid to come to FAMU, and I'm paying for his education, I'm paying for his books, tuition, and fees. He has to pay for his living through whatever means that he can, you know, his housing and his meals. That scholarship costs me 30% of a full scholarship.
Okay.
If I go out and sign the same kid from out of state, Georgia, Alabama, even the surrounding states, it costs me 60% to get that guy's education paid for.
Okay.
The same thing it would cost me to get 30% for an in-state kid. So that's why it's so vital that we recruit the state of Florida. And a lot of people don't understand. They're like, why don't you recruit more out-of-state kids?
That's good to know.
Well, I think we had 5 out of 35 that are from out of state last year. Is because it costs me more. And when you only have 11.7 per baseball, per the NCAA limit of baseball, and at FAMU we have less than that currently. I think last year we operated with 9 scholarships. You've got to make that 9 scholarships. I don't think he caught it.
No, he did not catch that.
Great effort.
It was definitely great effort there by the left fielder there, Dante Ward, but he came up just a little bit short on that hit by Quentin Young. Quentin Young, again, only a freshman, rising freshman for Team Virginia over on first base. Rising freshman. Good size on that young man. That'll probably, looking to see if they ruled that. Yeah, they did rule that a hit. Yeah, that'll be a hit. Runner Kristen Dunn advanced over to third. So continuing on with that thought. So basically, when you do go out of state,
they got to be really.
They got to be really good.
They got to be really good.
Right. That's where I was going. Right.
And you do. We supplement some of our roster with out-of-state kids, but that's why it's so hard to find, because not only do you have is it more advantageous for you to stay within the state of Florida and recruit, because we are a state university.
Yes.
You know, FAMU is. It's also everybody else is looking to the state of Florida for kids to find too. I mean, you always see the kids in Florida over recruited sometimes, which not only limits the pool of recruits that we have to look at, but it also makes it tougher, because if you're offering a kid 30% and then another school from Florida comes in and offers him 40%, then you may have to change your offer. So a lot of times these kids are overpriced based on the competition and everybody, the visibility that they get through playing in the state of Florida.
Learning something new, the finances of collegiate baseball.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
I mean, if you look at 2 teams that are very good in our conference, at least our side of the conference, that going into the SWAC, are Alabama State.
Yes.
And then you look at Jackson State.
Yes.
If you look at their rosters, and I did this, doing my homework going into the SWAC. If you look at Alabama State, from the state of Alabama, they have out-of-state waivers. You look at Jackson State, they have waivers. Alabama State had 35 kids, I believe, on their roster, and only 8 from the state of Alabama.
Wow.
So they basically have the whole country to recruit from. Jose being from Puerto Rico, also draw a lot of kids from Puerto Rico. Jackson State had 32 on their roster, I think 11 from the state of Mississippi.
Wow.
So they have equal access to kids from Florida, Georgia, any other state they want to recruit from. We don't. We have to. It costs us more to go get those kids. So a lot of people don't understand that. That also, that has a lot to do with what your roster looks like, because, you got to be willing to. They got to be able to play if you're going to go out of state and get them. Strikeout, I see, to end the inning there.
Strikeout there. The end of the inning, Ashton McCarty worked out. Nice job there by Trey Lawrence to get out of that inning. The score remains 3-2. Coming out of the end of the 3rd inning there. And so as you talk about those finances of college and what I've learned is the challenges of recruiting for baseball. You're not only are you recruiting against other schools, but you're recruiting against the prospects who may potentially go into professional routes, and then you deal with the finances. Man, I tell you.
Yeah, you're recruiting against 11.7, or in our case, 9 last year will be 11 this
Yeah,
year.
okay.
Going to the SWAC, they gave us a few more. FAMU gave us a few more dollars to recruit. But a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand, why don't you recruit this kid from Atlanta? His family's FAMU, you know, and he's got to be as good as the guys from Florida, or better probably, because you're going to have to spend more money to get that young man on campus. And again, that's the part of it that people don't understand. The thing about recruiting, you are recruiting against 11.7. You're recruiting within your state, or trying to for people understanding of what your program's all about. And it varies from program to program, because everybody has their recruiting challenges. You know, being at Alcorn State, who Brett Richardson was the head coach there for the last 6 years, left FAMU to go there and become a head coach. Yeah. Now back with me as my assistant, one of my assistant coaches. He has just the location of the campus. That's something he recruits against that I don't have a problem with, because I got kids that want to come to. Sure. If they want the college experience, we got FAMU and we got Florida State within 2 blocks of each other. Yep. And Tallahassee is a college town.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So I don't have that problem. Right. He does, although he does have the ability to go get kids from all over the country for the same price as recruiting the local state kids. So everybody has their challenges. You know, you just got to figure out the system that works for you, so that you can hopefully put a championship caliber team on the field.
Yeah, so we've got to build up that baseball war chest, Rattler Nation, so that coach can. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it right here. We got to build up the baseball war chest, so that when you all talk about, hey, coach, why don't you get this guy and that guy? Well, now we know a little understanding of the college finances, and we got to make that possibility with more finances.
You know, with that being said, too, it's good to come to Atlanta, because we have such a strong alumni base in Atlanta.
Yes.
I don't know if Coop mentioned it from Grambling, but last year we played Grambling in the Braves AAA Stadium in Gwinnett County, a 3-game series. We're doing that again this year, the second week of the season, which I think is the 3rd week in February. Okay. And that was a great event. Again, it gave us exposure to the SWAC. Grambling even brought their band down to play the national anthem and play in the stands. Yeah. And it was a good turnout for that, amidst the COVID scare that was still kind of in full force there, or at least hopefully at that point was winding down a little bit. But I don't know if Coop mentioned that or not, but that was a great way for FAMU baseball and Grambling baseball to be more exposed in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. HBCU baseball in the Atlanta area.
We won that. We won that series, correct?
We did.
That's why you didn't mention it. So I'm just. I like Coach Coop, but we didn't talk too much about that. I didn't want to bring that up to him, given the fact that we won it. But you and I can talk about that, because we came out on top on that one.
We did. We won that series, won all 3 games. But I mean, that changes from weekend to weekend as well. Coop's a great coach. He's got a great program there, and we're looking for it. Now, we won't compete against them in the regular season.
Right.
Because they're on the east. We're on the east side. They're on the west side division. 6 teams, 12-team conference, 6 from the east, 6 from the west, and we'll play everybody within our conference twice. 3 games at home and 3 games away.
So I've been asking the current SWAC coaches, or I should say the coaches from the past SWAC 10, about the scheduling. Have you had a chance to get familiar with how that scheduling is? I've been asking them, what are they in favor of? Would they like to try to play more teams? Because I think we didn't have that problem in the MEAC, right? We were able to play everybody in the MEAC, correct?
That is incorrect.
No,
we played 2 divisions.
We did it. Okay. So similar concept. What's your thoughts on? Would you like to try to play everybody, or at least see everybody, or you kind of like the current format the way it is?
Love the current format. Simply because the same reason we didn't play a full schedule in the MEAC.
Okay.
For us to have to get on a bus and go 16 hours to Delaware to play Delaware State it's unfair to our kids. For us to get on a bus and have to go 16 hours to Texas to play Texas Southern, that's unfair for our kids. Or even wherever Southern and play New Orleans.
Right, that'd be the furthest, right? Going to Prairie View or Texas Southern probably might be the furthest for us.
And that's asking too much from your student athletes. So I'm big time in favor of the 2
the current divisions.
Yeah, the 2 divisions. But what I would like to see is the format, and I'll talk. The SWAC, again, another indicator of how good of a baseball conference they are and how inclusive they are. They've included myself and Coach Johnny at Bethune-Cookman in their telephone conference calls,
Okay.
baseball conference calls for the last at least 6 months or so.
Nice, that's nice.
So yeah, very smart on their part and very considerate on their part as well to make sure that we were included in the conversations looking for this upcoming baseball season, 2022 season.
Okay,
so,
nice.
Yeah, but I would like to see the format of the tournament change so that you get the true champion.
So it's an eight team tournament currently.
it's
You'd hope that they expand it.
No, definitely not expanded.
No, not expanded?
No,
Okay.
No, if anything, cut it shorter. But I don't know if that'll happen. Again, I'm a new guy. I'm not going to make a whole lot of
Sure.
weight. But I would like to see some changes. Again, the key for us is to be as good as we can be in
Yeah.
terms of FAMU baseball. And I'm sure, Coop, I had the pleasure of meeting Elliott from Alabama A&M yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I've known Jose. I've known Omar.
Right.
The key for us is to obviously worry about our own programs.
Control what you can control.
But also
Right.
to make sure that our conference is looked at the correct way by the NCAA. To do that, you need to make sure you have a great representation or the best representation going into the postseason, the regional tournament.
Did it from as you're looking from the outside? What did it disappoint to not see Jackson State get an opportunity to, even with being the only Division I program to have less than 10 losses, 30-something win season, and not get a chance to go into the playoffs, even if it's a low seed, maybe going out to California? I don't know. Was it disappointing to see?
I'm sure Omar would tell you it was very disappointing, but those were the rules.
Sure.
And that's one thing to me. And again, I'm an outsider coming in, not going to make a whole lot of waves, but from a baseball guy, a guy that's been involved in the NCAA baseball for the last 30 years of my life, including playing, 32, including the playing 2 years I had playing at Florida State many years ago. Mm-hmm. But not necessarily, and I don't mean anything negative towards Southern University, but the one-game championship, winner-take-all to a regional tournament
It's tough.
shouldn't work for a conference that right now is not going to get any at-large bids into the NCAA regional tournament. That works for
I see what
ACC or SEC
Sure, I see what you're
because
saying.
they don't have all their eggs in one basket.
Sure.
The only bid we're going to get,
Yeah.
and I'm including myself in the SWAC now, the only bid we're going to get is whoever wins the conference tournament until our conference is looked at as a conference that's worthy of an at-large bid.
Right.
With that being said, to have a one-game winner-take-all championship,
It's tough.
so
That's tough.
yeah, you had Southern who had one loss in the tournament, and you had Jackson State who had one loss in the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, going into the tournament, Southern had one loss, Jackson State had none.
Yes.
So when Southern won the first game and the championship game, both teams had one loss.
Mm-hmm.
The team that had one loss and had a 500 record in conference play or a little better. I don't know exactly what Southern's record is. I know they weren't 27-1 like Jackson State.
Sure, right.
So if I had no problem with the format if they'd have made it a 2 out of 3
Yeah.
or a 2-game championship rather than a one-game winner-take-all. They did that for TV purposes.
I understand, yeah.
And I understand that for, I think, ESPN or whatever. But,
Yeah.
gosh, Bun, I felt bad for Omar. He had such a good ball club, and to go 27-1 or 20, whatever it was, and won, and sit at home and watch the regional tournament on television. I thought that was, I thought it was bad representation for our conference.
Yeah.
Not that Southern wasn't a worthy team and a good team. Heck, we played them in 2019. Carrick Jackson and I agreed to meet in Pensacola. We won the MEAC. They won the SWAC.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
We met in Pensacola, and they
Yeah.
kicked our butt for 2 games just in prep for the
Right.
for the weekend. So I don't mean any disrespect to
Sure,
Southern. They
no,
had a
no,
good
no.
ball club, I'm sure. But, gosh, I'd have loved to see what Jackson State, with the way they played and the way their season turned out, have a chance in the postseason to and here's the thing, too. Everything we do as coaches, I hope, is for the young men that we represent and we coach and try to make not only better baseball players, but better men. You got a team that went 27-1, and they lost an opportunity
Right.
at least to play for a chance on equal footing to go to what I consider a chance of a lifetime.
Right.
To go to the regional tournament. I mean, well, these kids, Southern kids, will look back one day and say, we got to go to the regional tournament. That's the same thing as the NCAA basketball, the March Madness. We were part of that, or the football playoff. Man, we were a part of that.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's important that we make it what every other conference does. The other thing I'd like to see is we do what every other conference, and we've actually pushed that through to go to the presidents for a vote, and that's play the last weekend of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rather than cut our season a week short and then the winner of the SWAC have to wait 2 weeks before they go into the regional tournament. Southern had to wait 2 weeks before they were playing a regional tournament, and you get flat in 2 weeks of baseball. I mean, that's why they have minor league baseball. That's why you play 4 or 5 games a week.
And school is out, so it's like
And
those.
school is
So
out.
I mean, there's no. If you're staying on campus, there's nobody on campus. You're kind of you're left to your own.
And I think
whatever.
that's the problem. It's a money thing in terms of keeping teams on campus.
Yeah.
Campus, but there's ways to get it where you only have 2. And again, that's something I'll push for. And I don't know if it'll live or see the light of day, but that's something. Wow, that's a good hit.
There's a hit by Cornelius Davis into left center field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. That's going to clear the bases.
Yep.
A 2-run double there by Cornelius Davis.
Yeah, that's something left out too. These kids are swinging wood bats too.
You know what? I noticed
amazing.
that, and it wasn't until yesterday I heard one of the home runs that were hit, and I was like, because I heard it, and it was the second home run that was hit.
That was the catcher for Virginia.
Yes,
hit the ball, yeah.
and I was like, wait a minute, that sounded like a wood bat because I heard it. I didn't hear that usual ping, and I think somebody broke a bat, and I was like, they broke it because you could hear it, and I realized, wait a minute, are they playing with wood bats? But yeah, that's a good point that you brought up.
Looks like we got an injury.
That's
Got to hit the ball.
yeah, Cornelius. That's Cornelius Davis after that 2 RBI.
Might have pulled a oblique muscle. Looks like holding his chest on his upper stomach. Yeah, hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, he
Maybe
he's
he's cramping. Hopefully.
also a pitcher. He and his brother. He has a brother,
Right.
Corin Davis,
Who pitched yesterday?
pitched
Pitched
yesterday.
Great six innings yesterday.
Yeah, and actually, what threw me off is when Cornelius came in the last inning for him, and there's his brother going in for him. I didn't even recognize it because they have such a similar build.
Yeah.
And such. One final thought, or maybe one topic I want to go over with you is the draft. The Major League Baseball draft just happened this past week. Unfortunately, even though it's a 20-round draft, only, to my count, only 2 HBCU players were drafted. The young man, the pitcher from Central, Vernon Davis, I think is it Davis?
Last name's Vernon.
Last name's Vernon. Okay. Yeah. And a young man from Texas Southern. What are your thoughts on just? I mean, is it? And this might be long, so however you want to go with this, Coach. But just how disappointing is it? What are your thoughts? And you see a 20-round draft and only 2 small. I'm going to say, so I don't know how many other small schools, but I'm going to put us into that small school HBCU category that got drafted out of the 20. I mean, we're talking 20 rounds, 30 teams.
I guess the best thing is to start with what we started this conversation about, and about HBCU getting better. Vernon pitched against us. He was at Central, and I'm glad he got drafted. He got drafted in the 10th round, I think, by Arizona, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He got drafted in the 10th. He got drafted in the 10th round, and I was glad. If I was going back into the MEAC, I would be glad to see him get drafted because he threw a complete game against us in a crucial game. We went into Central #1 team in the Southern Division and left there the #2 team.
I remember
Vernon had
that.
a lot to do with that. He had 3 pitches during that course of the game that were 100 miles an hour.
Whoa.
I mean, the dude could throw the heck out of a baseball.
And he wasn't listed as quote unquote the lead starter. The other young man on that was the one who got all the major awards, but he was the one who had the no hitter.
Yeah, he was the velocity guy. The other guy was the pitchability guy.
Okay.
So they had 2 guys that were their 1 and 2 was very very good.
Yeah.
So anyway, with that being said, with only 2 guys getting drafted, certainly we have to do everything we can. It goes back to the conversations that we've had earlier. We as a conference need to do everything we can to make sure that the SWAC is looked at as a legitimate conference. You don't play a shorter schedule than everybody else and have the NCAA and the other members of the NCAA baseball programs look at you as a legitimate program. You don't stop your season, and play your conference tournament a week before everybody. I think there's only 2 conferences the SWAC and the MEAC were two of the three, I think, that played it a week early, maybe the Ivy League or something.
Right.
If we're gonna want to be looked at as a legitimate program, to be able to recruit more kids that are going to come in that are draftable type recruits, then we need to do everything the bigger programs where all the kids are getting drafted go to be looked at in the same light, so that we are able to recruit better players. And I think that's crucial for us to extend our season another week and not be looked at as a program that, from an outside perspective, looks like they're just ready to get the baseball season over and move on to something else. I mean, you can call it what you want to, but that's what a lot of people look at our conference.
From the outside, right?
Sure, from the outside.
Right.
We know as coaches and as me, as somebody that's been involved only 8-9 short years with FAMU baseball and HBCU baseball, but if we want to be looked at in the same light, we need to do things the same way they do. Then we're able to have the conversation about getting a new pitcher in from Florida. This kid's going to be good, man. This kid's just going to be in the 10th grade. He's pound for pound, to me, he's the best kid in this tournament. Benny Bakar.
Benny Bakar, moved over. He was playing second earlier,
base, played short yesterday, second. But this guy throws it probably 80, 82, and he's not. Shoot, he may not weigh 82, and he's throwing it 82. He's just a little kid that's going to get bigger and going to be a good
listed here, 5'8", 130, a rising sophomore, Avon Park High School in Avon Park, Florida.
He's going to be such a good player. So anyway, but it all goes back into legitimacy, man. If we want to be looked at like everybody else, we need to have the same schedule that everybody else has. That'll give us a better opportunity to recruit better kids, so that we don't look at the Major League draft and only have 2 guys from our whole conference get drafted in the top 20 rounds of the draft.
Right. Now, because you had a couple of players that were
and again, it goes draftable.
Back, sure.
Well, yeah, and I think we'll have more drafted down the road. We got a kid coming in that throws 97 miles an hour this year, which is, it used to be hard. It ain't, now everybody seems the 100. And it used to be when I played, 90 was the standard. Now it's 100, I think.
Yeah.
But we just need to get, we need to do things the way that everybody else in the NCAA is doing things. Yeah. To have a chance to be looked at in the same light. Recruit better athletes. Said, you know what, it's not going to hurt me at all to go to a SWAC program or a MEAC program. Why? Because those guys are getting drafted when they go there.
And that's the thing. I think that's important that you said that. That's you're kind of fighting that perception, which sadly sometimes perception can be reality. So you see that.
So let's change the perception.
Yeah, there's good baseball and good
there's
players.
Great baseball.
Well said. Yeah.
Just said that with Vernon throwing 100 miles an hour. I mean, how many programs can say they had a guy that touched 100 miles an hour 3 times in one game?
Right.
I've been at FAMU 8 years, 8 seasons, I guess, 7 seasons. I forget with COVID. But we've only had 2 guys that got drafted into professional baseball during that time. That needs to be 20. We got to get our facilities upgraded. We got to do things so that our guys don't have a disadvantage by coming and playing HBCU baseball at FAMU. And I'm sure the other programs will tell you the same thing.
Right.
That ain't going to happen overnight.
Sure.
But it's something we need to start making steps toward. To again, if we're going to want to be looked at as a legitimate program, we need to do things that are legitimate. My opinion.
I hear you. I hear you, Coach. I hear you. Many of those same thoughts I've said in different places. So, Jaden Upton coming up. I don't know if he might be.
It's a nephew. I understand.
Nephew. Okay. Of Coach Manny Upton.
Yeah. That's what I understand. I haven't talked to Manny about that.
Right.
That's what I asked somebody in the stands yesterday if that was any kin to Manny.
Right. Anything you want to plug or promote, Coach? I know you just had obviously your baseball event last weekend, but anybody listening, how can they support Florida A&M University baseball program or anything you have upcoming? Anything you want to promote? And then I appreciate you taking time.
Yeah. It's good to be here, man. First of all, I appreciate you guys taking the effort, moving forward to continue to make this event be a even better event. As I said, it's gotten better every year since I've been here. FAMU baseball, we're encouraged by the number of alumni we have in Atlanta. We're going to try to play that 3-game series at the Braves AAA Stadium every year that we can play. It's called the Ralph Garr, Bill Lucas, both alumni of our respected schools. Of course, Bill Lucas from FAMU and Ralph Garr, who was one of my idols coming up from Grambling. When he played with the Braves, they call him the Road Runner.
Okay.
Ralph Garr, I used to come over with my dad once a summer. We'd drive up, take from Florida for the 5-hour trip to see the Braves play back when they had Bob Horner and some guy that Hank Aaron that led the Major League Baseball in home runs.
This guy that wore number 44, I think it was, right? Yeah.
Rico, Cardi, all those great Braves legends. And Ralph Garr was the leadoff hitter. They call him the Road Runner, and nobody, I don't think, has ever clocked a faster time from home to first than Ralph Garr did. Yeah, he was one of my legends coming up.
See, my fastest baseball player I saw was the Ricky Henderson, Vince Coleman area.
Yeah,
so that was me coming up. Those were the fast guy. I didn't have the pleasure of seeing Mr. Garr.
I remember seeing, what was the guy's name that played for the Phillies, played the outfield, Bake McBride with the big fro and all. I remember one of my greatest sayings I ever heard about baseball. They asked him, how fast Bake McBride was, and they said in the what did it say, 2/3 of the world is covered by water, the other third Bake McBride. That was one of the greatest sayings in baseball to me. But come out and support us when we get in town playing in Atlanta this year. Love to see a lot of FAMU, orange and green in the stands.
Yeah.
Again, very excited about FAMU's move to the SWAC. Commissioner McClellan, Dr. McClellan, couldn't be more welcoming to FAMU, not only baseball, but all the sports and all the coaches. Excited to have him on campus in July. Very thankful to our administration led by Courtney Gaucher in getting us to the point where we can grow, I feel like, in the SWAC. Again, not only in baseball but in football and all sports. So just an exciting year coming up, getting back to normalcy with the COVID epidemic being behind us. So a lot to be thankful for and a lot to be grateful for. One of those things is being here and seeing this event continue to grow as well.
All right. Well, thank you, Coach Shoup. We're going to take a short break. Again, Coach Jamie Shoup, head baseball coach, Florida A&M University, the proud Rattlers we are, and we're looking forward to going and dominating in the SWAC. And we'll be back right after these words. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
Appreciate it.
Coach, thank you.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap.
Let me know when you come back. Number 21, Ryan Morrow, grounded out to the second baseman there to open up the top of the fifth inning. Team Florida leading 6-2. There's a high pop-up. At the plate now, number 8, Jaden Nunez. Marlon Baguette, who had substituted in as a pinch hitter in the last half inning, still on the mound. And there's a shot going to left field, but just steady as she goes. Right underneath that is number 8, Quentin Young.
Quentin Young squeezes it out in left field for Team Virginia.
So that's 2 outs, 2 quick outs for Florida. Number 23, Greg Jones, comes to the plate. Greg Jones from Wekiva High School. It's in the Apopka, Florida, Central Florida, Orlando metro area. The 0-1 pitch. But yet still having a little trouble with that curve, or at least that off-speed pitch to right-handers. He's had a few of them that have gotten a little high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch to the plate. Late getting around on that one was Jones. He fouls it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got to thank Coach Elliott Jones, Coach Jamie Shoup, last couple of innings for coming up and talking with us. There's a strikeout for Marlon Baggett, who gets out of the inning with a clean 1-2-3. So we get a chance to take another quick break. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBC.
Bottom of the fifth inning here on the Georgia State Baseball Complex, the MVP Baseball Tournament. Bottom half of the inning, and Team Virginia comes to bat. They are trailing 6-2 right now. Leslie Wilson, the extra hitter, is at the plate. Struck out in his last plate appearance, and he is caught looking here. Benny Bakar records his second strikeout, and you could, if you recall from a previous interview with Coach Shoup, Coach Shoup at FAMU, he really liked Bakar, who's only a rising sophomore. Bakar, 5'8", 130, Avon Park High School, played second base and was the leadoff, or is the leadoff hitter for this team, Florida. So definitely he is on the radar of a few college coaches. There's a ball popped towards center field. Settling in under that is the center fielder. Well, it normally was Cornelius Davis, but we'll see.
Here's the third baseman, number 1, Carlos.
Cornelius had come out of the ball game earlier with an injury after a 2 RBI double in the explosive third inning. That was Hector Rivera, who had popped out. Now at the plate, Carlos Ovalle. That ball's fouled out. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. We play 7 innings or a 2-hour limit. Georgia high school baseball rules. Two balls and 1 strike. This game, first pitch was about noon. Called strike. Evens the count up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuce is wild. The pitch to the plate by Bakar. Slap towards the first baseman, settles in under it, calmly steps on the bag, and 1-2-3. Virginia goes out, and another nice solid performance there by Bakar.
1, 2, 3 for Team Florida.
Coming up for Team Florida in the top of the 6th, Bakar, Davis, and Guthrie. We'll be back right after these words on the Black College Sports Network.
Of the second day.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
It might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was.
Leading off the top of the 6th inning for Team Florida, leading 6-2 right now, is the pitcher, Benny Bakar. New pitcher is on the mound for Team Virginia, and he is Tyler Campbell. So Tyler Campbell has come in to replace Marlon Baggett. Baggett, who pitched 5 innings. Six runs credited to Baggett's stat line. But he was also sort of hurt a little bit by 6 errors through those first 5 innings. So I don't have the official how many earned or unearned, but I would imagine not all 6 of those were earned. That ball is lifted towards the edge of the outfield, shortstop. Hector Rivera settles in under that, and Bakar flies out.
Shortstop number 1, Karan Davis.
Karan Davis comes to the plate, the shortstop. He's had a single, was hit by a pitch, and walked in his 3 previous plate appearances. Has scored twice. Even has a couple of stolen bases. Karan Davis even pitched some good innings yesterday in Game 1 for Team Florida, who beat Team Atlanta by a score of 6-5 yesterday. With a win, Team Florida will advance to the championship game of this tournament. The pitch is low and away by Campbell. One ball and 2 strikes right now. A little high and inside there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just a little. And caught him swinging on that one as it tailed away. Nice pitch there by Campbell. And he records the second out and first strikeout by Davis. Kingsley Guthrie, the catcher, comes to the plate. That one is low. Nice job by the catcher. This team, Florida group, head coached by Chip Lawrence, is a 16U team, PRO Youth Foundation, 16U baseball club. Coach Lawrence has brought teams to this MVP tournament for each of the last 13 seasons or 13 years. Lawrence played collegiately at Southern University under the legendary Roger Cater before signing a free agent contract with the Baltimore Orioles. The 2-1 pitch skips in the dirt, and Guthrie sitting on a 3-1 pitch right now. 3 balls, 1 strike. Pitch to the plate inside. Didn't hit him, but it's a ball. So ball 4, and so Kingsley Guthrie moves over to first, and coming up to the plate now, the first baseman, Connor Bent, who has had a double, single, scored a run, and has an RBI. Florida looking to extend their lead here. First pitch, strike by Campbell. The 0-1 pitch. Ooh. Nice pitch there by Campbell, and now he's ahead on the batter. Connor Bent facing a 0-2 count right now. 2 outs. Pitch to the plate, low, gets away from the catcher, and Davis is going to advance over to second. Or excuse me, that was Kingsley Guthrie advancing to second on the pass ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Runner now on second. And Bent takes that pitch, so it's a 2-2 count. Connor Bent from out of Ocoee, Florida, attends Ocoee High School, just a rising junior. Reaches for that one down low, lifts it up into center field. Does it have a... No, center fielder does a great job of coming in and making that one. That was B.J. McIntyre. Did a great job of coming in and snagging that one out of the air, and so that's going to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the MVP Baseball Classic. We'll be back right after these words.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories.
Number 23, Christian Dunn.
Leading off the bottom of the 6th inning for Team Virginia, trailing 6-2, the DH Christian Dunn. And he lifts the ball going towards center field. Got the center field running on his heels all the way to the wall. Going for 3 is Dunn. And stand-up triple. Nice hit by Christian Dunn. So after walking in the last 2 plate appearances, he manages to come up with a leadoff triple.
Number 8, Quentin Young.
So this is a good start for Team Virginia, coming up here into the heart of their order, or batting order, and now Quentin Young had a single in his last at-bat. Called strike 1 there. Benny Bakar at the plate after retiring 6 straight. It's a shot towards the shortstop, scoops it over to first. Nice clean play by the shortstop. Holds the runner at third.
Here's number 21, Christian Velez.
Coming in now, number 21, Christian Velez. He fouls off his first pitch. Velez from Carrollton, Virginia. A rising sophomore. Attends Smithfield High School. Listed as a pitcher. Haven't seen him pitch today, but he's here in a pinch hitting role. Might even be taking over first base for Ashton McGarity, is who normally hits in this spot. The 1-1 pitch outside. Ball 2 now. Two balls and 1 strike to Velez. The runner is still on third. Christian Dunn, who led off with a triple. Big cut there by Velez. Comes up with air. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Bakar on the mound has recorded 2 strikeouts thus far in his 2 innings to date. The 2-2 pitch. Outside. Full count now. Team Virginia has not scored since they put 2 on the board in the first inning. Full count. And Velez reached down to keep that one alive, or keep this plate appearance alive. Fouls it off. And batter steps out of the box. Give himself a second. Bakar looking for the right pitch here. Pitch to the plate. Inside. Big cut. Strike 3. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Bakar. Another substitution here for Team Virginia. Number 17, Cornelius Drew, comes in for B.J. McIntyre. First pitch is a strike by Bakar. That ball's a little high. Nice pitch there, but Carr, who got that one to drop in 4 strikes, and now 1-2, I believe. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bakar, after giving up the leadoff triple, has a chance to get out of this inning and leave Virginia stranded with a runner on third. Ooh, a bit high on that one. Bakar thought he had hit the right spot and was ready to get off the mound. Umpire says, not so fast, my friend. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. Bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch outside, ball 3. Cornelius Drew from out of Surrey, Virginia. Attends Surrey High School, doing a great job of staying alive. It's a full count now. Inside, set on it, got that one to land, and that's a strike. Second strikeout of the inning, 4th of the contest. And as advertised by Coach Shoup, Benny Bakar showing that good stuff. We're going to the 6th, 7th inning. Our score, Team Florida with a 6-2 lead. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium.
Left fielder number 3, Dante Ward. Your attention now, playing.
Heading to the top of the 7th inning now. Our final inning here, so last at-bat opportunity here for Team Florida. And at the plate now, number 3, Dante Ward comes in to, or excuse me, Dante Ward has always been in, excuse me. He's reached base. His last at-bat reached on an error by the right fielder. There's a hit into left, but the left fielder does a great job of getting on his horse and moving towards left center. Snags that one.
The center fielder, number 4, Cornelius Davis.
Center fielder Cornelius Davis, who is still in the ball game. Last at bat had a double, 2 RBI double. Thought it might have injured himself a little. Lays down a nice bunt to the left side, and that ball is thrown. And Cornelius will round, and he'll go over to second as that ball is overthrown by the pitcher. What a beautiful bunt by Davis. There's a young man who showing off his skills to the scouts and coaches here. Had a nice hit in his last at bat. Now he lays down a nice, beautiful bunt. And it softly landed in the grass and sand, and that ball just kind of died. The pitcher, Campbell, who came over to scoop it up, ended up throwing that ball over his first baseman's head. And so on that error, which will go down as probably the 7th error right now for Team Virginia. Substitute base runner now for Cornelius Davis over at second. I believe that might have been number 3, Dante Ward, but don't quote me on that just yet. At the plate, number 7, Trey Lawrence, the starting pitcher for today. Fouled that pitch off. One ball and 1 strike for Tyler Campbell on the mound. And Lawrence was late on it, just kind of slapped it foul. Went just past the dugout, or at least towards the dugout, telling his teammates to wake up over there in the dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes now for Team Virginia. Pitch is low. Ball 2. On deck is number 21, Ryan Morrow. The 2-2. Pitch to the plate. Slap towards center. And nice clean catch there by the center fielder.
Coming to the plate, right fielder number 21, Ryan Morrow.
Now coming to the plate for Team Florida, 21, Ryan Morrow. First pitch by Tyler Campbell is a strike. So again, with 2 outs, this could be the last at bat here for Florida, because we've started this contest under 2 hours. That ball is scooped up by the shortstop over to first. Good job, and nice 1-2-3 inning outside of that single and error. Virginia does a good job of getting out of this inning. 1 runner stranded on the base paths for Team Florida, but they have a 6-2 lead, and we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. This is the last opportunity here for Virginia. We'll be back right after these words from the Black College Sports Network.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the
Bottom of the 7th inning here. Team Virginia trailing by 4. Needing to score 4 here to tie, 5 to win. On the bump for Team Florida, Benny Bakar, who has struck out 4 in his last 3 at-bats, only allowing 2 base runners, 1 by walk and 1 by triple. And a beautiful play by the center fielder there, Cornelius Davis, coming over to take a hit away probably from number 4, Cameron King.
The left fielder, number 6, Norman Jackson.
Norman Jackson slaps it over to the shortstop, who scoops it, throws it over to first, and a quick 2 outs here for Team Florida.
Rod Davis up with it across. It all comes down to this for Team Virginia. Hector Rivera Jr., the shortstop.
So Hector Rivera comes to the plate now, 2 outs. Team Florida 1 out away. And beautiful pitching performance here by Benny Bakar here in these last 2-3 innings. And already ahead with 2 strikes and 1 strike, 1 out away from closing this game. The pitch to the plate, inside, no, doesn't get it from the umpire. 1 ball, nope, check that, 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch to the plate. On the edge, caught him, strike 2. Well, deuces are wild to close out this contest possibly. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bakar to the plate. Slap to the third baseman. Snags it, throws it. Out. 1-2-3 inning on the 5-3. And Team Florida closes out the contest with a 6-2 victory over Virginia, and Florida will advance to the championship game on Saturday at 3 p.m. So congratulations to Coach Chip Lawrence and his Pro Youth Foundation 16U team as they get a chance to play for a championship tomorrow. Well, I want to thank our coaches who came up to talk with us in this past contest. Coach Elliott Jones, head coach of Alabama A&M, and Coach Jamie Shoup, head coach at Florida A&M University. Well, coming up at 3 o'clock, game 2 of our day, which will be the first game for Team California going up against Team Chicago. Team Chicago, who lost 11-5 to Team Carolina yesterday. And so that contest will start at 3. We'll be live probably about 10 minutes before first pitch. We look forward to you coming over and joining us for that contest. And we've got 3 games today, so make sure you share our link and share some news about this event. You can go to viableprospects.org to learn more about the Mentoring Viable Prospects organization in this tournament. Again, that's www.viable, V-I-A-B-L-E, prospects, Prospects.org. And Mentoring Viable Prospects MVP, the organization running this baseball classic. So for our camera and our production team, we want to thank you for watching. My name is Brian Fulford, and we'll be back just a little bit before 3 o'clock with game number 2. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
And looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
Shot that might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, This is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill.
Of the afternoon is Team California makes their debut here in the 2021 MVP. Introducing to you as it is time to meet and greet the defensive starters for Team California. In the leadoff in right field, wearing number 10 is Rocky Badal. Batting second, and at shortstop wearing number 7 is Hassani Johnson. Batting third and in center field, wearing number 15, Kamani Blakeney. Batting fourth and behind the dish, wearing number 11, Logan McIntyre. Batting fifth and at third, wearing number 4, Nick Andrews. In the sixth hole is the DH. He wears number 2, Jacob Antonane. Batting seventh and in left field, wearing number 5, Jordan Bolden. In the eighth hole, in the eighth hole, and at second base, wearing number 1, Casey Brett. Batting ninth at first base, wearing number 13, is Ken Barksdale. Batting 10th, the EH, wearing number 8, Nasiah Thompson. And on the mound, the right-hander, wearing number 18, is Josh Lenham. Team California is headed by Coach D. Brown.
I did 2 previous. So we'll see how many we get this one.
We will give to you our lineup for Team Chicago. As they come to the
About
plate.
ready to come to the plate.
We
so
are ready.
whenever you want me to come in
Live
live.
3 p.m. at 9:05. Here to lead it off.
All right.
Team
Count me down.
Chicago, it's the center fielder, number 11, Dylan Head.
2. Good afternoon and welcome to Georgia State Baseball Complex here in Atlanta, Georgia. Game number 2 ready to begin here. The MVP Baseball Classic here. The debut of Team California against Team Chicago. Team California in the gold uniforms. Team Chicago, part of the Chicago White Sox ACE program. Team California, part of the Show Cali baseball program out of Northern California. So 2 programs that are heavily invested in creating opportunities for minority baseball players. Both programs, Show Cali, ages 11 to 20 in their program. And, of course, the ACE Chicago program has teams ranging from 12 to 17. In the box right now for Team California, who is the visitors on the scoreboard, is Dylan Head, the center fielder. facing an 0-2 count after a couple of foul balls. Josh Lanham is the pitcher of record to start for Team California. The 1-2 pitch, and there's a strikeout as Dylan strikes out. Good speed and velocity there by Josh Lanham. Coming to the plate now, number 1, Kyrie Alexander, the second baseman. This California team is headed up by Darrell D. Brown, who played collegiately at Morehouse College, later selected by the Houston Astros in the 1992 draft. There's a shot just past the outreach glove of the shortstop, so there's an opening single for Kyrie Alexander. And now coming to the to the plate, Ramon Jimerson, RJ, the right fielder. Speaking more a little bit about this California program, Coach Brown also serves, and there's an errant throw there by the pitchers. It gets by the first baseman on the throw over to the bag. And so Alexander advances to second on the throwing error. Ramon Jimerson at the plate. Inside, that might have nicked him. Did it hit him? No, but it did not hit him, but the wild pitch was close. But the runner does advance to third on that. So Alexander now is in scoring position on third. So Jimerson has an opportunity to bring home the game's first run. Swinging strike. Coach Brown over for Team California also works as a scout for the Detroit Tigers organization. Spent now his third season with the Tigers organization. Previously spent about 9 years with the Blue Jays and another 4 with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So that's about 16 years of scouting the Northern California, Central California, Nevada region is where and providing opportunities for young people. Coach was telling me he's got players or teams over in this area in his 15 and 17U playing in the some of the national tournaments going on in this region. Josh Lanham now has a full count in front of him. Runner on third, Ramon Jimerson at the plate. The pitch fouled off as Jimerson stays alive. Team California having to play 2 today. They'll play Chicago here, and then at 6 o'clock in game 3 of our day, they'll play Team Carolina. And a walk to Jimerson gives Chicago runners on first and third. Horatio Cabrales comes to the plate. Cabrales first baseman for Chicago. That one's going to be fouled over our head. Cabrales listed at 6'3", a rising senior listed at 6'3", 230. Attends Thornwood High School. Nice frame and size for this young man. Pitch to the plate, inside. Just missed him to throw over to second. And then on the throwback Kyrie Alexander ends up coming home as Jimerson stole second. You know, a lot of times we'll see catchers kind of fake that throw to second to prevent that run from coming home. And I don't know if that's there's a ball that's lifted out. It's actually going to be snagged by the shortstop. Looked like it might make its way into the outfield, but it kind of died on the edge of the infield.
Next up, the shortstop, number 2.
As I was saying, that with that, I wouldn't call that a double steal because really, Alexander, who was on third, really he left, especially with the high throw. It was a throw to second. It was a bit high. The shortstop had to jump to get it, and then I think that was the signal that Alexander needed to go. So I wouldn't quite call it a double steal. I'm not an official scorekeeper either, so I could definitely be wrong there. Ball low. One ball and one strike on the board. 2 outs. Runner is on second. Pitch to the plate. Inside. Ball 2. Josh Lanham looking to get out of this inning, having given up just 1 run there. Pitch to the plate. Fouled off. Gonna have to find a way to get Mr. Lanham maybe a smaller hat. That hat keeps coming off every time he puts some heat on his throws. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch to the plate. A little movement on that one, but it's high. Ball 3. Ryan Little at the plate for Chicago. Let's see what he does here with a full count. He looked at that one, and he's called out, strike 3. So Little struck out, and that's 2 strikeouts in that inning for Lanham. So 1 run, 1 hit, 1 runner left on base, and Team Cali comes to the plate in the bottom half of the inning. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200.
Welcome back to the MVP here at Georgia State Baseball Complex in Atlanta. Heading to the bottom of the first as Team Chicago already put a run up on the board. And now Team California will do so. On the bump for Chicago, it's Will Hill, the junior from Chicago, attends Gwendolyn Brooks High School. For California, their lineup will start with the right fielder, number 10, Rocky Vidal. Rocky attends Vacaville High School in Vacaville, California. Number 7, Husani Johnson, is the shortstop, batting second. And then number 15, Kamani Blakeney, the center fielder, will bat third. In the cleanup spot is number 11, Logan McIntyre, the catcher, followed by Nick Andrews, third baseman, and Jacob Antone is the DH. Get to the 7, 8, 9, and 10 batters in a moment. There's a first pitch hit going towards left center by Vidal, and nice play over there by the center fielder, Dylan Head, to come over and make that catch. 1 out. First pitch swinging away by Vidal. So now here's Husani Johnson, the shortstop, comes up in the 2 spot with Blakeney on deck, the lefty. Facing the right-handed throwing Will Hill. Outside, ball 2. Johnson from Elk Grove, California. Swinging cut, strike 1. Attends Franklin High School. Listed at 6'2", 210. Big cut there, strike 2. Correction. Husani Johnson listed at 5'10", 175. As I read that and then I looked up, I said, yeah, something's not right there. He's not 6'2". Fouled off just past third base. Staying alive is Husani. Catcher will come to the plate, talk to Aiden Wright will come up and talk to his pitcher. Finish out the rest of the batting lineup for California. The 7th hitter is Jordan Bolden, who also is the left fielder. The 8th spot is Casey Threads, the second baseman. Batting 9th is the first baseman, number 13, Ken Barksdale. And finishing up is number 8, Messiah Thompson. So a strikeout there. Looked like pitcher and catcher just needed to get on the same page to get that second pitch the way they wanted it. At the plate, Kamani Blakeney. Big cut. Now, Blakeney is 6'2", 210, and that's, as I was reading the stats for Husani Johnson, right above him on my roster sheet is Blakeney. That ball lifted towards left. Left fielder decides to get on his horse, going towards the wall, bounces, and it's going to go over the wall, bounce. That'll be a ground rule double by Kamani Blakeney. And you notice the left fielder there.
Up next is the catcher from Cali, number 11, Logan McIntyre.
We'll have to figure out who's out there playing left. But the left fielder, he paused for a second when that ball was in the air and then realized he needed to get back a little bit, and it still went over his head towards the warning track Unfortunately for him, it bounced and went over the wall. So runner on second now for California. Logan McIntyre, the catcher, is at the plate, looks at strike one. 2 outs here in the bottom half of the first inning. Each team now with a hit. Pitch to the plate, outside. Ball one. One ball and 1 strikes, the count. Hill to the plate. And McIntyre fouls that one going down the first baseline. One ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs here for Chicago. Will Hill on the bump, checks second, comes back to the plate. That ball's lifted high, and that's going to go foul. I think that's going foul. A lot of room over there. I'm not sure whether the left fielder, how much room he had to go after that one, but it is still a foul ball. On deck is the third baseman, Nick Andrews. One ball and 2 strikes is our count. The pitch to the plate. High and outside, ball 2. Deuce is wild. 4. I don't know why I said it that way. Not a normal twang that I have in my voice. Will Hill to the plate with the 2-2. Ball's lifted towards the gap. Left fielder on his horse, over his head. Going to bring in 1. And a stand-up double there for Logan McIntyre, who does a great piece of hitting. That RBI double by Logan McIntyre ties the score up at 1. And Nick Andrews, the third baseman, will come to the plate with 2 outs. First pitch is high, ball 1. Low and away, ball 2. Nick Andrews, runners going from second over to third. The throw, and he's safe. That's a stolen base there for McIntyre.
Manny up and father beat on Justin. Oh, did you? Y'all got it? Y'all done? I don't want to miss it. You good?
And there's a walk there by Hill to Andrews. I knocked myself out.
Number 2, Jacob Anthony.
Where's the... You want me to have him on?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Man, they ain't got you yet. Oh, I'll be able to cover minutes.
Shortstop closes out that one with a pop-up there. And that inning will end with 2 runners left on base. But 1 run is scored on 2 hits. We got a tie ball game going into the top half of the second. You're watching the MVP.
For years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Here's the catcher, number 6, Adia or Adia, right?
Back here live at the MVP here on the Georgia State Baseball Complex. Our score is 1-1. Coming up for Chicago, Aiden Wright, followed by Will Hill, and then number 4, Drew Horn. Pleasure to have in the box with me the coach from Team Virginia, Coach Manny Upton. 2-sport star at Norfolk State, correct?
Yes.
My
yep.
parents are proud alums of Norfolk State.
Oh, they went to the right school. Behold, the
Yes,
green
behold
and gold.
the green and gold. That's correct, sir. That's correct. In case you want to share when you finished at Norfolk State.
Finished in 1980.
Okay. Yeah, they were a little bit before you then, so
okay.
I was just trying to figure it all out. I didn't want to date anybody here with age and everything.
So you just set me up.
It's all good. It's all good. And then you had I think we had a chance to talk earlier in terms of just this event and some of your players. What are your thoughts on what you saw? I thought you guys were a little more comfortable in day 2.
Right.
And they showed some of those skills. Talk about maybe going from game 1 to 2 and what you saw from your guys today.
Well, I got this year. I got a lot of young guys.
Mm-hmm.
Got some 14s and some 15-year-olds. So, contrary, this is a big event.
Yeah.
And I think the stage is a little big for them. I mean,
Okay.
they all go to these showcases, but there's no pressure when you get in a game situation. A little bit different. And I think today they got their feet grounded and they didn't know what to expect. You know, they'd never been here before. That's why I try to bring my younger guys. So following the next year, they'll be a little bit more comfortable. So, but I got a little bit more younger guys than I expected this year. So, but they got better. And it's all about getting better.
Yeah. And you've been coming to this MVP and we talked about a decade. Actually, I think we talked almost like 13-something year, almost since not quite the beginning, but very close in it.
Yep. I came later, but it was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, 10 years of coming. What have you seen as this event has grown and the exposure? Talk a little bit about your experiences over these 10 years and what it's meant for your kids and your programs.
For my program, I try to bring kids who don't have an opportunity to play college, don't get on that big stage where their parents can afford to put them in all those expensive events. So I take kids basically from the inner city. Some of them, not most of them, but some of them from there. Give them an opportunity to come and play. And my joy is they get a chance to get a scholarship. Whether it's Division I, Division II, or Division III, as long as they get a chance to continue to play baseball. And that's my biggest focus is giving them an opportunity to play college baseball.
How many have you been able to send to your alma mater? Any extra pressure to once they get there? It's like
I probably sent 3 or 4.
Okay.
Matter of fact, my coach Brandon Harrison is a alumnus of Norfolk State. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them there. I got one that's pitching there for him right now, left hand. They pitched in the regionals this past year.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good squad, good program they've got over at Norfolk State. Definitely, indeed. And I was talking with Coach Shoup from Florida A&M here, and he was talking. Your family's a baseball family.
Oh yeah.
And that's awesome. And not only just being a baseball parent, but here as a coach, what kind of opportunity? What does that kind of afford you? In terms of being able to kind of relate to both sides, not only just the kids, but your parents as well. What kind of interactions or what kind of experiences are you able to share with them through your own experiences?
The biggest thing I tell parents is allow their kids to have fun. I see a lot of kids who don't enjoy the game, and they put pressure on themselves to be good or be what their parents want them to be. And for me, with my boys, I never did that. My wife's a school teacher, so she always stressed education over sports. So it was never any pressure on. I get asked that question all the time. Your boys made it. I know you put pressure on them, and I always say no, I didn't. I'd always told them to enjoy the game, and I think the biggest thing for parents is to allow their kids to enjoy the game.
Yeah, I've marveled at baseball parents this weekend. I'm used to grassroots environments with basketball parents.
Oh yeah.
Whew, God bless them.
Oh,
yeah. and seen football parents. So, but I got to admit, I'm enjoying the calm and coolness of baseball parents.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoying and respecting it.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that basketball. Because they hold a couple of AAU basketball tournaments at home at the William Complex, and them parents really get after it.
Oh yeah.
After the referees, after their sons, they get after it. So, well, it's a common experience out here, and I'm glad. It's just a good experience for the kids. We all know that the myth is that our black kids don't play baseball, and one of my younger parents said, I don't care if you play or not. It's just being able to see all black kids and that many black kids in one place. With all the tournaments they go and play, it may be one on this team, and I know with my sons it was one on this team, one on that team. It was never a conglomerate of mostly 95% black players.
Right.
So it's an eye-opening, and it's an encouraging thing for them as well, because then I'm motivated because everybody's playing the football and the basketball.
Yeah.
And come here, they get motivated to continue to play the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is it is eye-opening. I've definitely, first off, breaking down that myth as you described it, definitely, but just coming out here and seeing, these dugouts and seeing how, calm, cool, respectful these kids are. Exactly. It's just it's a different thing. So I mean, we're honored to be here to be able to broadcast it and show people.
Well, we're glad you're here.
But I see that we got our social media teams here from a couple of organizations, and that too helps. I mean, just to continue to be able to tell people, and so that when you're in Virginia, I'm hopeful that you're getting the proper kind of coverage from those organizations and media, just to continue to say, hey, look, our kids do play baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
All right, we are still playing, as I'm reminded by Coach Goodson. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. We are still playing.
We hadn't been easy for us because we all are volunteers, and every year when we finish this tournament on Sunday, we'll have zero money in the bank. But come May, all our guys that volunteer, we'll figure out how we're gonna play it again. So, and to be able to do this 15 consecutive years, guys all our guys volunteer. I don't want to say any names, because I might forget somebody, but
sure.
But the group, and we all get along and have fun. We all do it for the right reason, and to see our black kids just get an opportunity. And I know when I came 10 years ago, it was an eye opener for me. And when I grew up, we had 60% black players playing. All my family and cousins, and then it went away when my boys came through. And then come down here 10 years ago and say, wow, this still exists.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to sell me on it. I said, I'll be back every year.
Okay.
So that was a good thing.
Well, look, I don't want to keep you too long. What kind of, especially after you just finished a game, promote anything you want to promote, or you want to give you the last word? Anything you want to tell about your program in Virginia, or any of your young people? I want to give you the last word.
Well, no, just anybody out there listening, just get more black kids involved at a young age. And we were fortunate enough 4 or 5 years ago to be the first all black team in the biggest whitbat tournament in the country.
Okay.
And needless to say, we were put in the toughest bracket. But our guys didn't blink.
Okay.
And we had to put it together in the tournaments in October. We probably put it together in August when all the players were gone. And every year we've represented as a group one of the best teams in the tournament, some of the best athletes. And the joy is 3 years ago, I think, we had a kid that wasn't on the map. Came here and played in MVP. We take him to Jupiter, and all of a sudden he gets drafted.
Okay.
And those are the things that keep us coming back, or guys going to college. I just had a kid that played for me here 2 years ago, James Wood, second round pick, San Diego Padres.
Second round pick. See, I remember you told me, and I was trying to search and figure out where he went, what round he went, the second round.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're fortunate, and we're gonna do it. Greg and I are gonna do it as long as we can. We're got to start turning it over to the young guys. Me and Greg are gonna sit back and watch the fruit of our labor.
Right. Well, look, it's men like you who have kind of laid the groundwork, and we've met some great young coaches who I think they're ready whenever you veterans decide to.
Greg and I gonna still call the shots.
I know you will. Yeah, I know. I know that's exactly.
Yeah.
No, and you should, Yes. Yeah. Well, Coach, it's a pleasure to meet you, talk with you. Yeah, I appreciate you.
And thanks for coming to support us.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Anything we can do, please let us know.
Don't tell us that now.
Well, hold on. I was going to say within no.
Thanks a lot.
Anything. You're a Norfolk State alum, so one of my 3 favorite HBCUs. So
that's what I'm talking about.
I
hope you didn't go to Hampton.
No.
Okay, good.
No. I'm a product of two Norfolk State alums. So
that's it. You couldn't go to Hampton.
No. That's enough said right there.
All right.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Coach, thank you. Good luck to you and your players. Be safe, and we'll see you Saturday.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Again, Coach Manny Upton, head coach of the Team Virginia, that's here. And, of course, he's been coming here to this tournament for about 10 years. And, some of his young players, as mentioned earlier, had a young man that was just in this tournament a couple of years ago that got drafted by the San Diego Padres in the second round. So we had the end of the second inning with that pickoff as had a base runner trying to steal from second to third, got picked off, and that closed out the inning. And so our score is 2-1. Chicago leading 2-1. We are now in the bottom half of the first inning. Team California at the plate. That is Casey Threads standing in, facing a 2-2 count. Jordan Bolden. That ball is lifted high. The shortstop and left fielder converge on it. Left fielder takes over, and that'll be an F7. 2 outs in the inning. First baseman, number 13, Ken Barksdale, comes to the plate for California. And if Coach Manny Upton's name sounds familiar, that's because his 2 sons, BJ and Justin, played in the major leagues. BJ selected second in the 2002 draft by Tampa Bay, played 14 seasons. And other son, Justin, was selected first overall by the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2005. There's a nice strikeout there by Will Hill. And so call that a 1-2-3 inning for Chicago. We'll go to the top of the third with Ace Chicago leading 2-1. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food? Like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has
Dylan Head comes to the plate for Ace Chicago here in the top of the third inning. Chicago with a 2-1 lead, having scored a run in each inning to date. Josh Lanham is on the hill for Team California. Low and inside to Dylan Head, who struck out in his last plate appearance in the first. And this time, almost on 4 straight pitches, he ends up on first with a walk. So here's Kyrie Alexander coming to the plate for Chicago.
Kyrie Alexander.
Kyrie had a single, reached second on a bad wild throw, I guess you could say, from the pitcher. Then reached third on a wild pitch. And then found his way home as a result of, I guess you may want to call it not quite a double steal, but he was alert enough as his teammate, who's on deck, Ramon Jimerson, stole second. A bad throw kind of gave him an opportunity to come home, and he took advantage of it, put the first run on the board. There's a runner going. That's Head, and wow, what speed. And, I was told yesterday by Coach Robert Fletcher that Dylan Head, who runs a 6.5 60-yard dash, just showed the speed. I mean, he took off like a bullet. So now runners on second. Scoring opportunity. That ball is lifted towards left field. Falls right in front of the left fielder. If they hit the relay, he will hold him at third. But good running there by Kyrie Alexander. He decides to go ahead and take second as the relay kind of skips past the man, but is backed up well by the catcher. Holds runners at third.
15, Ramon Jimerson.
So Alexander now 2 for 2 on the day. And finding an opportunity, just gobbling up base pads like Pac-Man. RJ, Ramon Jimerson, comes to the plate walked in his last at-bat, but it was more so what he did when he got on base that led to Chicago's first run. Chicago leading 2-1 here. And Lanham gets that one strike as Jimerson took that one. Ooh, that one a little high and behind. Great job by the catcher, Logan McIntyre, to save that one from getting by him, because the speed of Dylan Head on third base, that definitely would have been a run. 1 ball, 1 strike to the plate. Ball moved a little bit inside and high, so now it's a 2-1 count for Jimerson. On deck is first baseman Horacio Cabrales. The 2-1 down the middle, called and a nice swinging strike there. Count evens up at 2. No outs here in the top half of the inning. First 2 batters to the plate are on the base pads for Chicago. The pitch lifted foul. Still a 1-2 count for Jimerson. Jimerson lifts it, going towards left. Left fielder settles in it. There's going to be a throw. Hits his cutoff man and hits the shortstop. So a nice simple sacrifice for Ramon Jimerson brings home a run.
The first baseman, number 20, Horacio Cabrales Jr.
So the sacrifice RBI credited to Jimerson makes our score 3-1, and Chicago continues with their string of runs per inning. Horacio Cabrales at the plate, checked on that first one. Normally when you check like that, you look to the baseline first or third. Well, obviously here in high school rules, we've only got 2 umpires. Cabrales lifts the ball, going to left, and it lands foul outside of the left field line. And given the positioning of that left fielder, Jordan Bolden, if that one had been about maybe 5 feet to the right, that definitely would have brought in Alexander on second. Would have been interesting to see if Cabrales would have had the speed to go for 3. Easily would have had a double there. But the count remains or moves to 1-1 now. Over the plate, strike, runner's going to third, and he slides in. Umpire says he's safe. Stolen base credited to Alexander. Cabrales did a good job of trying to swing and protect his runner there. But now he's facing a 1-2 count. Line him to the plate. Little movement on that, and it goes foul. Or no. Oh, they said it was fair. Fair ball, and right on the line. First baseman easily able to scoop that up and step on the base, and so that's 2 outs now. Cabrales not happy with that because I don't think he wanted to swing on that and was hoping it would go foul. Ryan Little comes to the plate for Chicago. Dribbler to shortstop. Scoops, throws over to first, and he's out. So on the first pitch, Little swinging, goes 6-3, and Chicago leaves 1 on the pads. But they had 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and they have a 3-1 lead. We're heading to the bottom of the third. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your
Back to live action here in the bottom of the third. Neziah Thompson comes to the plate here for Team California. The rising junior lifts a ball going towards left, but the center fielder actually is in left center. The center fielder comes over to take that one, so F8. And that's the fifth consecutive batter retired by Will Hill and Team Chicago. Back to the top of the lineup for California, Rocky Vidal comes to the plate. He popped up to center field in his first at-bat. Called strike, so 1 ball and 1 strike here to Vidal. On the outside part of the plate, nice ball placement by Hill, and he's now ahead on the batter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Off speed, fouled down the left field line. Vidal got out ahead of that one a little early. Still 1-2. Pitch to the plate. Inside, lifted up towards left center. Left fielder's coming over. I don't know. Let's the center fielder took that one away from the left fielder. That was the center fielder, Dylan Head, showing off that speed again. He snags that one away from his left field teammate. Hassani Johnson now comes to the plate for California. He tries to lay a bunt down. Foul. Not surprised to see California want to try to get a runner on the base pads after 6 straight have been retired by Hill and Chicago. Johnson struck out his last at bat. And line drive right to the shortstop. And another 1-2-3 inning for Will Hill in Chicago. That's 7 in a row. And no runs, no hits, no runners left on base. We'll go to the top of the fourth. Our score, 3-1. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Soul Food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q-Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q-Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q-Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
Leading off the top of the fourth inning for Team Chicago with a 3-1 lead right now, having scored at least one run in each inning. Now at the plate, the catcher, Aiden Wright. Wright grounded out his last plate appearance. Josh Lanham on the bump for California. Looks like there's a meeting at the mound as after the first two pitches are balls. The assistant coach Dennis Blair coming over to offer some instruction, guidance. See if California can work as quickly as Chicago has over the last couple of innings. Always interested to see how this southern heat translates and compares. Of course, these young men coming from California, Northern California, where I would think it's normally a little more seasonal. It's a little not as hot, maybe not as, definitely probably not as humid. And there's a first pitch strike. Our producer for this broadcast, Iron. Iron is a Los Angeles, California native. Seems to have adjusted quite nicely to the heat here in Georgia and Atlanta. Then again, I guess it depends how long you've lived here. So Iron's been here for a minute. He's adjusted. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Josh Lanham has an opportunity to get out of this one here. Aiden Wright looking to make contact. That ball, no. I thought that Lanham bouncing around. Thought he might have had it in the right spot where the umpire would have given it to him, but it ends up being a walk. So
Will Hill.
first batter of the inning is on the base pads for Chicago, and now the pitcher, Will Hill, comes to the plate, doing a great job on the mound when he stepped up there, as he and his teammates defensively have retired 7 straight Chicago batters. The pitch with a runner going, that was inside. And Hill did a great job of just trying to protect his runner. He just kind of took a awkward swing there, even though that pitch was inside. That swing done just to kind of protect, and so credit the stolen base to Aiden Wright. Wasn't a perfect throw by McIntyre, but was pretty close. So a 0-1 count. Another pitch that's inside by Lanham. Lanham kicks back over to second, try to keep that runner, Aiden Wright, try to keep him over at second. 1-1 is the count. Lanham settles in now. Looks like we might get a pitch to the plate. Low on the ground, and so that'll be ball 2. The 2-1 pitch. Hill with a big cut, but he's called. There's a swinging miss, strike 2. Count evens up at 2-2 for our pitcher for Chicago, Will Hill. On deck, Drew Horn. The 2-2 pitch to the plate. Called strike 3. Got him looking that time. And Will Hill will get out of this heat, go get settled, get some water, and be ready to come back out on the bump here in a few. Drew Horn comes to the plate. Horn listed at 6'2", 155 from Fenwick Academy in Chicago. Tight and inside, ball 1. Horn walked in his first plate appearance. The 1-0 pitch to the plate. Called on strike on the edge of the corner. Count evens up at 1. And Lanham doing a great job, or at least a consistent job, of trying to check the runner, even so much as turning all the way over towards second. There's an inside shot, lined, a little pop liner to the third baseman. So we have 2 outs now, and Jaden Clark comes to the plate. have a pinch runner for Aiden Wright, who's the catcher. So that'll give Mr. Wright an opportunity to kind of get his catching gear on, and pinch running is number 12, Evan Hill. Ball one to Clark. Clark was hit by a pitch in his previous plate appearance. Outside, ball two. And that's gotta. I know. Jaden Clark is a big guy, but it can't feel good to get hit by a pitch twice in consecutive plate appearances.
Number 8, Jaden Jackson.
And that's right in that left side. So as a right-handed hitter facing a right-handed pitcher, no fun indeed. So now Jaden Jackson comes to the plate. Did reach on a single in his last at-bat, but the inning ended with him after Drew Horn was thrown out, stealing second to third towards the third baseman. Nice scoop, and the third baseman does a good job of just taking the force, stepping on the bag, and that is how the top half of the fourth inning ends. We're going to go to the bottom of the fourth inning with Chicago leading 3-1. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network. There's a shot.
Shot
to
that
right.
might be.
It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. And all you guys at BCSN, we really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a...
Since 2000.
Back to live action here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Team California coming up to the plate, trailing 3-1 here to Team Chicago. Kamani Blakeney comes to the plate. Had a double in his last at-bat back in the first inning. Will Hill is still on the mound for Chicago, and he and his teammates have retired 7 straight. So we'll see if Chicago can maintain a bit of their dominance right now. I think that might have been a hit.
Here's the catcher, number 11.
I think that might have been a hit batter there. I'm not really sure that was the ball. I don't think we were on the fourth ball there. So Blakeney takes first. Logan McIntyre comes to the plate, the catcher. He had a double following Blakeney's double in the first inning. Blakeney reached first on 4 straight balls. Now, first 2 to McIntyre are balls, and it's a 2-0 count. Runners going from first to second. Are they going to get him? No, they say he's safe. So Blakeney showing a little speed there, steals second. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And Hill checks the runner at second. Two 2-1 pitch to the plate. Strike 2. So Logan McIntyre now facing a 2-2 count. He's got a teammate out on second base, similar spot to where he was his last at-bat. He doubled in that last plate appearance. He looks at that one, and it'll be ball 3, so full count now for McIntyre. Nick Andrews sits on deck for Team California, looking to cut into this 2-run deficit. Ball lifted high. It's going to go foul. I think it's going to go foul. Full count for Will Hill. And got McIntyre to chase that one, and so Will Hill gets his 3rd strikeout of the day. And Nick Andrews will come to the plate with 1 out and a teammate out on second base. Strike 1. That ball slapped into left field. Oh, the left fielder kind of left it out there, and that's going to bring a runner in as Blakeney was content to sort of just stay put at third, but the left fielder, who it looked like he had it cleanly, but somehow had run past it. He stopped it, but just ran past it, and I think Blakeney realized that he had to go back for the ball, and that's when Blakeney decided to continue on his way home. So now it's 3-2 for California. And that's the first error. The heads up. Okay. Forgot there was a screen there. that one was coming right at us, folks. Thank goodness for the net. For a half a second, I forgot it was there. So now Nick Andrews is on first. Big cut, swinging miss by Jacob Antone. Jacob Antenna. I may have been saying that one of those two ways. I may have been saying that wrong. Apologize to Jacob and his family. Ball lifted foul. Jacob staying in there, taking some good cuts. Count is 1-2 right now. Jacob stands in the box. The count is 1-2. Runner on first is going, and Jacob did a good job of just trying to make contact and kind of protect his teammate who was going for a second. The 1-2 pitch by Hill. Off speed, got him. Going to first. No, safe. That was a nice heads-up play there by Aiden Wright, who almost caught Nick Andrews too far off the base pads. Fourth strikeout of the day, second of this inning for Hill. And now Jordan Bolden, the left fielder, comes to the plate. Count still is 3-2, or score rather. And big cut, swinging miss, strike one. These are 7-inning or 2-hour limit games. So we're about halfway through. We're on pace to finish on time one way or another, unless we get a super long inning. Inside, fouled. Bolden doing his best job to stay alive. Fouled off inside. I don't think he wanted to swing on that one. You know, this was something that was brought up earlier, is that, we're used to at the high school level and even in the grassroots level that guys are usually playing with aluminum bats. But no, these guys are playing with wood bats here. So if you haven't heard the typical ping of the bat, it's because we've heard good solid contact with wood bats. Slap down to third baseman, nice smooth scoop, and toss over to first. Nice job by Drew Horn, and 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error with 1 left on the base pads for California. They cut the deficit, though, in half, and Chicago leads 3-2. And we will head to the top of the 5th inning. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
It might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Back to live action here as we head into the top of the fifth inning at the Georgia State Baseball Complex here in Atlanta. The MVP in its 15th annual season, or 15th annual year, of bringing exposure opportunities to minority baseball prospects. And these are, most of these are club organizations, travel teams. Obviously, we have some teams just coming together and for the first time or two. A new pitcher on the mound for California, Team California, that's Christian Shepard. Shepard from Natomas, California. Apologies in advance if I messed that name up. Right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 175. Going to be a rising senior, attends Inderkum High School. And he's facing Dylan Head, who walked and scored in his last plate appearance. 3-1 pitch to Dylan. Dylan reaches out, slaps that one. Nice diving attempt by the shortstop. I would call that a hit. I think that ball was far enough outside of the reach. It is ruled a hit. So I look at the scoreboard.
Second baseman number 1, Tyree Alex.
And give some credit to the shortstop on that one, Husani Johnson, for really kind of stopping that ball from getting into the outfield, because Head has the kind of speed that he could have easily taken second. And so with him on first, that's what now Christian Shepard has to deal with, a young man who can run a 60-yard dash in 6.5 seconds. And now at the plate, Kyrie Alexander, who is 2 for 2, scored a run and showed a little bit of a bunt there on that first pitch. Called strike, though. We'll see if Mr. Alexander is able to lay down a bunt, because we know Dylan Head has the speed to get to second safely. Catcher decides to throw back over to first just to let Dylan know that I'm not going to give you too much extra room there. Oh and 2 is the count. Runner's going. Slapped right to the second baseman. Shortstop. He knocked that down. It goes into left field. And I think, actually, if the shortstop wasn't coming over, I think to protect and be there for that runner who Head was running to second, that might have been a single. So it's actually It looks like it's going to be ruled a hit.
Here's the right fielder, number 15.
So
Ramon Jefferson.
credit Kyrie Alexander with another single. 3 for 3 on the day. That bunt attempt there by number 15, Ramon Jemerson. Dylan Head, Kyrie Alexander, a dangerous 1-2 combination for Team Chicago. And Jemerson tried to lay that one out. Give some credit to that first baseman there, Ken Barksdale. Tried to get to it. Came just about short of diving for it. Zero balls, 2 strikes. Christian Shepard, the pitcher in to start this 5th inning. Right back to the mound. He'll go to third, and he'll go fielder's choice, 1-5.
Here's the first baseman, number 20, Horacio Cabrales Jr.
Can't say that's a bad decision there. Probably the best decision. Take out the lead runner. So runners will stay now on first and second, and that's Alexander on second, Jemerson on first. And Horacio Cabrales comes to the plate. 0 for 2 on the day. The 0-1 pitch to the plate. And Cabrales, he stepped out of there. I don't know if he was graded a time before. They're going to say that's a ball anyway, so it ends up being 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield at double play depth. Inside, ball 2. Two balls and 1 strike. The pitch, high, going all the way over to first. Really surprised to see McIntyre make that throw, because that ball gets away from your shortstop or second baseman there. That can end up being could put a guy a little bit closer to home plate. 3-2 is our score. Foul ball by Cabrales. Correction, it is 2-2. So umpire signals it's a 2-2 count. A little bit different than what we saw on the in-stadium scoreboard. Pitch to the plate. Now it's a full count, 3-2. The pitch to the plate. Cabrales lifts it, left field. That's gone. No, is that foul? Foul. Woo. Boy, he pulled that one. There was enough meat on that bone to get out of the ballpark if it had stayed. It's only 330 in that corner. My unofficial exit velocity report is that was pretty fast off the bat. No official numbers here, folks. We don't have that kind of technology yet. Full count again for Cabrales. Pitch to the plate. Fouled off. Cabrales doing a great job of staying alive here. Grounded out in his last at-bat. Not sure where the Oregon man was going with that one. That one's high and inside. And Cabrales did a great job of fighting off Shepard. He won that battle as he gets on base with a walk, and now the bases are loaded.
Shortstop number 2, Ryan Little.
So Kyrie Alexander moves over to third. Ramon Jimerson is at second. Horatio Cabrales at first. Only one out. Chicago has the bases loaded. Ryan Little, the shortstop, comes to the plate. Fouled off the first pitch. Little is 0 for 2 on the day. Ryan attends Gwendolyn Brooks along with his teammate Will Hill. That pitch is high. One ball and one strike. One out in the top of the 5th inning. Another pitch that's high by Shepard. Count moves to 2-1. And we got a mound visit coming now from assistant coach Dennis Blair. Or Beyer, excuse me. Thought I saw an L there. Want to remind you, want to learn more about the MVP, Mentoring Viable Prospects, go to www.viableprospects.org. That's VIABLEPROSPECTS.org. The 15th year of this event, and if you've had an opportunity to listen to our interviews with some of the coaches who have been coming to this for several years, and the coaches, we've had the pleasure of talking to coaches from Grambling, Alabama State, Alabama A&M, Florida A&M, scouts who have been coming here for years, including national scouts from the Atlanta Braves, and some of these coaches are even scouts as well of these teams. Ball gets away from the catcher, coming home on the, I got to say that might be a pass ball, given the fact that the catcher did have it. He had it, it hit his glove, and it was high. So a run scores for Chicago. And they jump back out to a 2-run lead, 4-2 now. Runners are on second and third. The 3-1 pitch inside, ball 4. So Ryan Little ends up walking. Alexander, who had previously scored on the pass ball.
Here's the catcher number 6, Aiden Wright.
The catcher, Aiden Wright, comes to the plate with the bases loaded. Chicago with a big opportunity here to bust this game open here. 4-2 is our score. Lifted foul. Strike 1 there. Christian Shepard starting this 5th inning in replace of Josh Lanham. That ball slapped down the first baseline, foul. So 2 consecutive foul balls by the catcher, Aiden Wright. Still only 1 out. Any infield play would probably come home. Looks like the corners, 1st and 3rd, are on the edge of the infield. The middle is back a little bit. That ball slapped towards right, lands as a clean single right in front of the right fielder. 1 run comes in, but the right fielder does a great job of hitting the cutoff to limit any other damage. So give the single RBI to Aiden Wright there.
Here's the DH, number 10, Will Hill.
Jemerson scores. Cabrales advances to 3rd. Ryan Little to 2nd. Bases still remain loaded for Will Hill. Our score now becomes 5-2. Already 3 hits in this inning for Chicago. There's a ball that's lifted towards center field. Center fielder comes in, tags. He's going to come home to the plate. Let's see what we have here. Plate to the plate, and he is out. Cabrales may have been a little too eager to leave on that tag. As a nice play there by Kamani Blakeney. And so our score 5-2 at the end of the top half of the 5th inning. We're going to the bottom of the 5th. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
In the bottom of the 5th inning, here we go. Team California trailing now 5-2 after giving up a pair of runs on 3 hits in the top half of the inning. Casey Threats Threats. Casey Threats. Or maybe it's Threats. I have to check with our PA announcer there. And inside pitch. So 3 pitches, all balls by Will Hill, who's still on the mound after having pitched the previous 4 innings. And so 4 pitches sends Casey to first. Casey's from Pittsburgh, California, Pittsburgh High School, a commit to Grambling State. Going to be playing for Coach Connor in another year. And there'll be a pinch runner. Looks to be number 14, C.J. Owens. That'll come in, a pinch run for Threats. Ken Barksdale comes to the plate. No, check that. That is, if that is number 12, which it is, it's Christian White. Runner going. That ball is slapped right past the shortstop to his right into left field. And Owens, who was already running before the hit, continues on to third. And so good piece of base running there by C.J. Owens. Got a mound meeting right now as Hill has given up a couple of base runners. Are they going to pull him? Let's see if Coach is going to say that's it for Hill. And I think that might be. Might have took the ball from him. Hill's going to go out to a normal position. And so that'll be it for Will Hill after 4 innings. 2 runners on the base pads are credited to him. So now warming up for Chicago.
Attention, please. Now pitching for Team Chicago. It's number 4, Drew.
So Drew Horn now will move over. Horn, who was on third. Now I noticed in sort of the substitutions there, Hill went out to center field, and the center fielder came in.
Here's the EH number 8, Jaden Jackson.
All right, new pitcher on the mound for Chicago. That's number 4, Drew Horn. Horn shifted from out of center field. Actually, Horn shifted from the infield to the pitcher's mound. Will Hill out to center. I believe the center fielder, who was Dylan Head, might have come in, and now he's at third. Get it all squared away, but Horn coming in, throwing a little bit of heat, trying to get a little control there. 3 consecutive balls to Naziah Thompson. Here's strike one. Casey Threats on third, excuse me. Christian White is on first. And that ball was bobbled by the second baseman. Thought he might have had plenty of time to scoop it up and toss it, but he was not able to. That'll probably end up being an E3, or excuse me, E4. Threats end up scoring, so that cuts the deficit to 5-3. White moves over to second. Christian White, that is. Naziah Thompson is at first. And hit on the back of the shoulder. And that, now when the ball hits you and comes off like a foul ball, that's some mustard being thrown on that ball. And right now Drew Horn needs to kind of find his groove and kind of settle in. His pitches have been coming in hot, high, and inside. No fun for those right-handed batters, I'm sure. So that was Rocky Vidal, who now sits on first after being hit by a pitch. Bases are loaded. And so now California has an opportunity here to kind of get back into this contest. There's a wild pitch which brings in a run. So just like that. Can't put your head down. You might miss something. I surely did. But what our score is now set at 5-4, and here comes a mound visit. As control is a big factor right now for Horn. He came in a tough spot with 2 runners on the base pads. First 4 batters by California have all reached first base. 2 of them have scored. And a deficit, a 3-run lead by Chicago coming into the bottom half of this inning has been cut down to 1. And California, with no outs, have 2 runners on, and there's another wild pitch there by Horn, and that one got away from him. Another run will score. Horn just not looking very comfortable in the role right now as the pitcher. And our game is tied up now at 5. There's a strike by Horn. Definitely rooting for this young man to throw some strikes. Don't worry about where you put it. Just try to get it over the plate. Looks like he may be releasing that ball just a hair early. And so as a right-handed thrower, that's why that ball is kind of sailing away from the left-handed batter, but it's coming in on the right-handed batters, and he walks Hassani Johnson. So now you got Hassani Johnson on first, Rocky Vidal on third, Kamani Blakeney, the center fielder, comes in. The score is tied up at 5. First pitch called strike. First strike I think I've seen Horn throw to a right-handed hitter. There's a strike, and that ball just got away on the throw to second. You can see it as soon as it came out of the catcher's hands. Aiden Wright threw that one, and it just sailed the minute it came out of his hands. And so the leading run comes in from third. Johnson goes all the way from first to third. And California puts their fourth run on the board here. And Chicago came into this inning up 5-2, now staring at 5-6. And given the fact that this is a 2-hour limit, we got about 15 minutes here on this seven inning 2-hour limit game. Slap down. Third baseman kept it in front of him, but he's unable to pick that one up. He did a good job of just keeping it in front of him, but he couldn't collect it cleanly. I missed if they scored that a hit or an error for Blakeney, but Asani Johnson comes in to score. And that's the fifth run of this inning, and California increases their lead 7-5 now. Again, a 5-run inning here for California. Has not been a clean inning, and there's still no outs left towards second base. The short for one, the first, there's a good DP 4-6-3.
Third baseman number 4, Nick Andrews. Your attention, please. Now pitch hitting for Team California. Number 16, Trico Holland.
Number 16, Trico Holland. Pinch hitting now for Nick Andrews. First pitch fouled off. 2 outs now for Chicago. They needed that double play big time after surrendering 5 runs. Holland, that's foul. Neither the first baseman or right fielder could get to it fast enough. Yeah, definitely. We've seen a massive shift in this game here in this 5th inning. Holland reaches down, lifts that one towards center field, and so after a rough start to the inning in which 5 runs are scored by Team California, Chicago's able to settle down and get 3 straight, thanks in big part to a double play. We're going to take a break and come back as we move into the top of the 6th. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic?
Well, we head to the 6th inning, and we had an offensive breakout in the last inning, total of 7 runs. But California did damage by scoring 5 in their half, and so now they went from just a half inning ago to being down by 3 runs to being up by 2. As we head into the 6th, and with our 2-hour time limit, unless there's some quick outs, this very well could be the final inning of this game. It's 7 innings or 2 hours, whichever comes first. Drew Horn's at the plate for Team Chicago, and he would definitely like to kind of make up for his pitching struggles in that last half inning with some damage here at the plate or on the base pads if given the opportunity. He's now looking at a 3-1 count from Christian Shepard. The 3-1 pitch. Horn just looked at that one, and he'll get on base with a walk. So, leadoff walk for a Chicago. That means Jaden Clark comes to the plate. Tying run here at the plate. Inside, pitch, strike. On deck is Jaden Jackson for Chicago. Foul ball. Outside. One ball, 2 strikes. To Clark. Some movement on that one, but it doesn't settle in where he wanted it to. Count evens up at 2. As Drew Horn on first for Chicago. Trailing by 2 runs here, top of the 6th. To the plate and outside. Full count now. And again, very important inning for Chicago. We're on the edge of our 2-hour time limit. So they need to definitely try to get some runs here if they want this game to be a tie or to force anything extra. They're going to say it's a walk as he did not go forward on it. And so runners are now on first and second. Big opportunity here for Chicago. And Jaden Jackson, who's 1 for 2 today, single and a fly out. First pitch called ball. Drew Horn taking as much as he can take out there on that from that second base. We'll see if the shortstop or second baseman who decides to come and sneak in behind him. Looking at a bunt was Jackson. Chicago looking to see if they can move a couple runners ahead in the scoring position. 2-0 count. Christian Shepard steps off the rubber. And we've got ourselves a mound visit right now. channel up. No, to the right. Yep. There you go. Right there. A little more. Well, while we're finishing up on the mound visit, Coach Goodwin decided to come up and try to sneak away from all the traffic and hustle and bustle out there and decide to come up to, I would say where it's cool, but I can't quite say that, Coach, but at least you're away from all the traffic. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. This is one of the most fun times of the year for me. It's always about the children.
There you go. Make sure we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, it's always about the children with me, and if these kids get opportunities, then we've done our job. And I just always told people that so many people have helped me. If I can help other people, I've done it, man. So it's been a good turnout. We got a lot of good college coaches here that have scholarship money, and if these kids can get some opportunities, I'm good.
A little bit of almost a throwing error there. McIntyre, the catcher, decided he wanted to throw that back to second. It got into the outfield, but the runner held. 3 balls, no strikes. Yeah, great crowd. I feel like we've talked to quite a few coaches from the SWAC. You know, we can't say the MEAC anymore because now that FAMU's over in the SWAC, it's a SWAC-heavy coaching list out here that we've seen, and we've had some scouts, some great people. It's a lot of baseball history and knowledge out here. It's been kind of enjoyable to talk to these folks.
I just finished talking to a guy that's out there by the volunteer tent, Red Smith. He played with Satchel Paige in the Negro Leagues. And
really?
Every time I see Red, it's just a great opportunity to talk about the old times. And I enjoy seeing him, and he's been a part of what we've done since we started. Yeah, we have a lot of volunteers. Every club has either a major league scout or somebody like Manny Upton that has 2 kids in the big league.
I've noticed that. Every coach is practically a scout of some capacity. You know, I just go through just the list. You know, coaches. You got coaches who are scouts not only with the Tigers, Padres.
Chicago Ace. They're scouts with White Sox.
With the White Sox, right? Guys who have major league experience. Teams such as
Carolina, Morris Madden, played
Carolina,
left-handed pitcher.
Yep.
He has an organization in the Metro Reds organization in Charlotte.
Yeah.
They do a lot of good work for young people. So we're all connected. We're all about the game and all about trying to help our kids.
Yeah. And with this being the 15th annual, I mean, obviously there's 6 teams here. Normally you have 8 though. Normally, yeah. And I obviously kind of reduced that a little bit with the coming out of the COVID stuff. And hopefully as we continue to trend in the right direction, this will is 8 the max number that you had before?
We're only going to do one site. We're not going to move people around like the big tournaments do and that type of thing. We want to showcase our kids and keep them in one field. And you know, we're not trying to grow and dilute the game. And we don't have good games. We don't have good games. So, you know, our job is not to grow; it's to help kids.
You know what? That's admirable. I hear you say that. That's good. Keep it here. One, cut down on cost. More fields mean more cost. Bring everybody here. And this is, you know, Georgia State Complex is nice. It's got some good shade lines. I mean, you got the fans on either side, depending upon what time of the day it is. You know, supported by some good shade. You know, there's plenty of room to sit if you want to bring your own chairs and stuff.
And it's in the community where a lot of good baseball is played. We have Gresham Park right down the street where a lot of great ball players came from. Redan High School is known throughout the country, where they had 6 big leaguers. I was a former head coach there, and the guy that runs Minority Baseball Project, Alex White, is there now. Great baseball tradition. It's 15 minutes away. This is a good baseball area, so we want to keep it in a baseball area by our people.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure, and it's good hearing from the college scouts, college coaches rather, who have come out, and they've had guys that have come to their program through the visibility here that they had a chance to come here and see the level of talent and, you know, be able to see guys. And
We don't do a great job of keeping records or doing social media. This is our first year that we've been live streamed, but the guys know about us. We've had more than 400 kids that we know of that we can actually put a hand on that have gone to schools, from this tournament over the 15 years. So we try to put a good product out there, and in doing so, the coaches continue to come. Yeah,
that's important. That's important. Bases loaded opportunity here for Dylan Head. This is a Dylan Head at the plate. I think we have a new pitcher in for California. I might have missed who that was during the mound visit. Number 5, Jordan Bolden, is pitching now in this spot. That ball is low. And even in some of these games, there's some tough spots that some of these guys have come in and have been placed in.
It's all about competition, and these guys get a lot of it, friendly competition.
Pitch is high, and now it's a 3-1 count. Perfect spot for Dylan Head. I mean, look, it's 3-1 count. You can be aggressive or you can sit back. It's almost an enviable situation to be in. The pitch to the plate. He sat on that one, but it's called strike. So a nice pitch there by Bolden.
At home plate umpire is a Southern University alumnus.
Oh, my goodness. There's Southern people everywhere here.
Look,
I told somebody that ball is lifted up high. Infield pop-up. Looks like it's going to be the second baseman. And so that's a big out. I was just noting that when I think about the ties, these Southern ties that run deep throughout SWAC baseball.
About 30 minutes ago, I got a call from Coach Kadar. He started coming to this tournament years ago when we started, and he was always one of our guest speakers, and he wanted to know how the tournament was going.
Yeah.
And he told me to make sure I let him know next year because he just wants to come and sit.
Right.
And I told the Godfather that I'd let him know, and hopefully he'll be back next year.
Kyrie Alexander at the plate. Bases loaded. And he has been, this is who Chicago wants up. He's 3 for 3 today. Unofficial count by me. Bases loaded. Chicago trailing by 2 runs. With this being the top half of the 6th, we'll probably hit our 2-hour time limit here in this inning. So this might be Chicago's last opportunity.
It is.
Yeah, it is their last opportunity. So there's strike 2. Full count. There's only 1 out here. First 3 batters walked. Good opportunity here for Alexander. The 3-1. He sat on it, called strike 2. He didn't agree with it. Another full count here for Jordan Bolden. He got a pop out, the last batter with the full count. The 3-2 pitch. Low and away, and a run walks in. So cuts the deficit to 1. Score is now 7-6. Now, in the event that we enter the tiebreaker, the second tiebreaker is hits. Now, right now, the hit advantage is in favor of California, with more hits right now than Chicago. So Ramon Jimerson, RJ at the plate now. 2 balls, no strikes. So 4 consecutive, well, not 4 consecutive, but 4 walks in this inning. That ball's lifted up. Right fielder, this might be a tag and play at the plate. Right fielder No, that's going to score a run as the sacrifice RBI ties the game up at 7. So the sacrifice RBI ties the game up. And again, got to remind the tiebreaker rules now. Tiebreaker rule on the second tiebreaker on hits is in favor of California. Unofficially, or at least based on the scoreboard. So we have to see what the official scorer says. That ball is slapped, and there's going to be a single. Big play for Chicago. 1 run comes in. 2 run comes around, and Horacio Cabrales opens the game up and gives Chicago a 2-run lead now.
You won't have to finish the inning because the inning started.
Right.
So California will get another.
Right, so California will get another opportunity now, but now Chicago playing from out in front now with a 9-7 lead. Score is 9-7. And so California will have to, they'll get an opportunity here in the bottom half. That ball is fouled off, and at the plate is number 2, Ryan Little.
I was speaking about the umpire playing at Southern. He was a real good ball player. He got drafted by the Braves, played 6-7 years in the minor league system. Keon Thomas.
Okay. You can't hide from HBCU baseball. We're all over the place. We're all over the place. Got to get more of our guys drafted into the league. I mean, there's a lot of good players here. Got to get some of these scouts at the table. What's your thoughts on that? 20 rounds and only two HBCU ball players drafted.
Well, I mean, it's a process. It's going to take some work. Most of our kids that get drafted that may even consider going to HBCU, if they get drafted or signed. We have certainly been keeping our kids exposed to the game over the years. One problem they have with HBCUs is if you don't have black coaches, it's difficult to get black players, sir. And I'm not saying that we need all black coaches, but it helps. Just being a realist. You want to recruit people that look like you that you're comfortable with, and that's that's one of those things. It's hard to, I mean, we can. It is what it is. I mean I feel like there's a lot of truth to that, only because you see that in other sports. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but another thing is Major League Baseball invested in Dominican 50 years ago. They had 30 clubs over there with academies. They signed those kids at 15.
Right.
So our kids are behind. We had academies over here. Might be the same thing, but they knew what they were doing.
Right.
So.
They went over there. Economic conditions were favorable for doing that. Probably, I'm speculating based on things that I've seen and read.
But if you put the same thing over here, you put academies
exactly.
over here, you got pros training them.
Exactly.
Our kids are going to be better.
Right.
So that's another thing. You talk about economics. NCAA is going to have to step up. You get fewer scholarships in baseball, can't get 4 scholarships. So it's economics. If these parents have their kids playing football, they get 100%. They get offered 30 cents in baseball. What do you think they're going to do? So I mean, there's a lot of factors in it. I don't have the answers. All I know is I'm going to keep doing this as long as I can live to try to help the kids, fill out those opportunities. I don't have the answers, sir.
No, I understand. We're gonna do our part, and hopefully the next Coach Goodwin on some other part of the country is going to do his part, and the more and more men like you and some of these great coaches, and it'll grow.
Yeah, well, there's so many folks that's doing what I'm doing. So I don't want to take all the credit because we all talk all the time.
Yeah.
We know what the issues are. Major League Baseball just said they're going to give Players Alliance $150 million. Okay, let's see what they do with it. So.
It always is it's amazing how the trickle down from so many youth organizations to college organizations, teams, and then you get to one league. Yeah. One league that is, and it used to be because you had so many minor league programs,
right.
But now even that is kind of slimmed down.
That's right. It's tough.
Yeah.
I tell kids all the time when I speak, it's easy to be a rocket scientist or heart surgeon than it is to be a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah,
only
it is.
775 Major League Baseball players.
Yeah.
You know, so.
We need more heart surgeons. Yeah. if you can tough it out, you can make a great living.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's again, baseball teaches you so many skills, and you can apply them in anything in life. And we want our kids to be successful. Don't have to be baseball players. We want to be successful citizens.
There you go.
And that's what our goal is. Good curveball.
Yeah, that's a nice strikeout there. Aiden Wright came in to close this down for Chicago, and at the plate for California was Jacob Antone, who struck out. Now Jordan Bolton, who came in in the pitching role, comes in now, and so California down to their last 2 outs here, trailing. I want to correct that. That was.
Man, thank you guys so much for doing this live streaming. Someone is calling me. I got to pay a bill.
Oh,
somewhere.
for sure. I got you. Yeah, look, I appreciate you're a busy man. You done hit out here. As long as you can hide, you got to keep moving. I understand it, Coach.
Got to pay some bills.
I understand, Coach. I understand, Coach. Thank you for your time. Again, Coach Goodwin here. Make sure to check out my mentoring viable prospects at viableprospects.org. That's www.viableprospects.org. And so here we are sitting with 1 out. Team California down 2 outs. Now, Team California has to turn around and play again. 6 p.m. is that start time against Team Carolina, so they'll get enough time to kind of get some fluids in their system and a banana or something, and then they got to come back right out and do it again. Part of the reason why we have this 2-hour time limit. But Chicago with a nice rally here. Nice curve. Misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Aiden Wright, who's a catcher, has come in and is throwing some nice stuff here as a pitcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swinging, fouled off, strike. So now 2 consecutive strikeouts for Wright, and Team California down to their last out here. Chicago with a 9-7 lead.
14, California, number 14, C.J. Owens.
Number 14, C.J. Owens is at the plate for California here. Owens lifts that ball into the outfield just past where the second baseman is, left center, right center. And Owens gets on, and now it brings the tying run to the plate. I believe that is going to be Christian White now coming to the plate. Now Owens has some speed, so I would not be surprised to see Owens on the move very early. So Aiden Wright will want to, if he's paying attention, he'll want to check that runner. I would not be surprised to see Owens leave early. All strike 1. Now Wright didn't even take a look over at first, so look for Owens to be moving. Good play by Wright to go over to first. Must have heard me mentioning that from up here in the box. And there's Owens on the move. The throw to second. He's going to be safe. That ball, good backup by the shortstop. And as predicted, C.J. Owens steals second. Two balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Let's see what Christian White can do. Can he keep this inning and this game alive for California? Trailing 9-7. He is the tying run at the plate. Slaps that ball into the outfield. Let's see if Owens is going to make an attempt to come home. He holds. He holds. Good infield throw. And so now the tying run is at first base. The go-ahead, maybe, I guess we even call that the winning run in I believe that's number 18, Josh Lanham. Josh was our opening game pitcher here. First pitch called strike. Josh Lanham, opportunity to win the game if he can get it out. Big cut there, strike 2. And you can see that Aiden Wright is going right after the big fella. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on the corners. The pitch to the plate. High, ball 1. One and 2's the count. Runners on the corners. Caught him swinging. We're saying he's safe. A casual throw over to first, and that is ball game. And how about Aiden Wright striking out the side? And Team Chicago comes from behind after giving up 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Comes back and answers by scoring 4 in the top of the 6th and wins a ball game 9-7 over California. 9-7. Wow. What a great ball game that one was. Well, 2 of 3 are down in the books. And coming up next at 6 p.m. scheduled first pitch, Team California will be back on the field. They will take on Team Carolina. So the scenarios here, if Team Carolina can secure the win, they will advance to the championship game against Team Florida. So Carolina, with a win over California, will move to the championship game. Should Carolina lose, then we end up with 3 teams with 1-1, and we'll have to figure out what the tiebreakers are in that scenario. But we're a long ways from there. I want to make sure you come back in probably about 5:50, 5:55. First pitch is scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank our production crew, and I thank the MVP for giving us an opportunity to broadcast this. Final score again from game number 2, Team Chicago, the Ace White Sox program, 9. And Team Cali, Show Cali program, 7. I'm Brian Fulford, and we'll be back for Game 3 just a little bit before 6 p.m. This is the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
The Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta will find your
Had a chance to meet him out there. Yeah, I told him to try to come up, so we'll see. We'll try to get him. You ready? All right.
From Jamal Kennard. Leading off for Team Carolina, it's the third baseman, number 1.
Drop it down. We're ready to roll it.
Play ball.
All right, good afternoon. We're starting game 3 a little bit earlier than we had originally planned. I think part of that, Team California, fresh off just playing a contest. And so that is Team California in yellow taking on Team Carolina in blue, and a high pop-up. And so leading off for Carolina, that was number 1, Kobe Guy. He pops out to the first baseman, Josh Lanham. Now at the plate for Carolina, number 4, Trey Fenderson. Fenderson from Spanish Fort, Alabama, attends Spanish Fort High School. Three balls and no strikes. On the hill for California, the pitcher Christian White. And there he is with, picks up a strike. The 3-1 pitch, and he hits Fenderson in the back, or lower back area. And again, you know, we've seen the common, I hate to say it's a theme or a trend, but just young pitchers trying to get comfortable out here, especially early on in the first inning or so. And you'll see these young men kind of settle in as we get into the second and third innings, as they get some plate appearances, face some batters. The catcher, Zach Rice, comes to the plate, number 13. He'll come on board or come to the box with 1 runner on first. Tough loss in the previous game for Team California, as that was a seesaw game in the last 2 innings. Rice fouls that off. Yeah, California, I believe at one point was trailing 5-2. Then took a lead 7-5, excuse me, with a 5-run inning, and then turned around in the next half inning and lost that lead to Chicago, and the eventual final score being 9-7. All of that happened in going to the top of the 5th, bottom of the 5th, top of the 6th. So a slow game got really exciting there at the end. The 1-1 pitch to Rice, runner moving, and that ball is slapped into left center. A beautiful hit by Rice. Fenderson on his horse. He gets held up at the last moment by the third base coach. And that's a stand-up double there for Rice. Miles Thomas, the DH, comes up to the plate. He's got runners on second and third now. Ball 1. Ball is popped up, going towards right, and A nice catch in foul territory, and the play to the plate. And Fenderson slides in, so even though it was hit in the foul territory, ends up being, I guess you could say that, I'm an unofficial scorer here. Let's see if that ends up as a sacrifice RBI for Thomas. Seth Christmas comes to the plate. Christmas serving as the DH here. Two balls and one strike to Christmas. Christmas lifts that up towards center field. He'll settle in under it. And that'll be the end of the inning. So one runner left on base, but one did score for Carolina. They'll go to the bottom of the first with a 1-0 lead. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass.
Live here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex in Atlanta, Georgia. Coming to the bottom half of the first inning here. Team Carolina in blue with a 1-0 lead after scoring a run in the top half of the inning. And Team California now at the plate. Leading off is C.J. Owens playing second base for California. Second game of the day for Team California. Owens came in mainly in relief or pinch running duties. Did have an at-bat or two towards the latter half of the game. And he stays alive here, fouling off another pitch. The pitcher here for Carolina, number 6, Jaheim Brown. Brown, a commit to North Carolina A&T from Lewisburg, North Carolina. There's a strong, nice strikeout there by Brown to lead this one off.
Number 7, Hassani Johnson.
Hassani Johnson, the shortstop, comes in, batting in the 2 spot. Was in a similar spot in the first game today, and 2 strong pitches right there by Brown. We can already see what North Carolina A&T will be getting. Moving over to the Big South are the Aggies from the MEAC. Got him chasing on that one, so a second strikeout in this inning. I'm contractually obligated to just say one Aggie pride for those Aggies and the future Aggie commit. I told the assistant coach for North Carolina, I believe it was Coach Jamal Kennard, told him I'd say one Aggie pride, and that's it. So there I've met my contractual obligations there to you guys in Aggie Nation. Good luck to you all in the Big South. Hope to see you one day back on the field, football fields, that is, and even the diamond. Brown looking good. Brown is one of 2 North Carolina A&T commits on this team, Carolina. Actually known more so as the Carolina Metropolitan Reds. It's the club program, and there's a strikeout of the side for Jaheim Brown. 1, 2, 3 on 3 strikeouts. Beautiful pitching there to start for Team Carolina. So our score after 1, Carolina with a 1-0 lead. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
Back to live action here, heading into the top of the 2nd inning. Team Carolina leading off now. Chris King with a slow roller right to the pitcher. And nice easy throw by Christian White. And so Chris King Bryce Meacham, the first baseman, comes up to the plate. Meacham, the left-handed infielder from Charlotte, North Carolina. A rising junior, attends Combine Academy in Charlotte. Meacham listed at 6'3", 200 pounds. Good size. I know the scouts are looking at this young man, wanting to see what he can do. A lot of guys here with some good size. And just think some of these guys are just juniors and rising seniors. Seen a couple of freshmen with some good size on them as well. There's a strike off the 3-1 count. Well, now it's a 3-1 count. The pitch to the plate inside, and Meacham will take his spot on the walk. And now coming to the plate for North Carolina, number 10, Brandon Davis. He's from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, going to be a senior this upcoming fall. Attends Reynolds High School. And he's playing second base. One out here in the top of the second. So we are playing Georgia High School rules, or Georgia State High School Association rules. So we've got a 7-inning, 2-hour limit. So this game will, obviously, if the last inning, or once we reach that 7th inning, as long as the top of the inning is started. There's a nice scoop play over to second. Nice force play by the first baseman. Goes 3-6.
Here's the left fielder, number 5, Stanley Reed.
So 2 outs now. Brandon Davis is on first. And now at the plate, Stanley Reed, the left fielder. Christian White trying to get out of this one without giving up any runs. So far, 1 run on just 1 hit for Carolina came in the first inning. Outside, runners going. Nice throw to second, but safely in with a stolen base is Davis. Davis moves into potential scoring position here. He thought about going for it. There's nobody's really backing him up there. Second baseman comes over. Let's see if White directs his attention. No, he comes back to the plate. That ball's lifted up towards center field. Center fielder gathers under it, makes a nice clean catch, tosses it back in bounds, and we are out of the inning unscathed. 1 runner left on base for Carolina for the second consecutive inning, and we move to the bottom half of the second. You're watching the MVP Baseball Classic on the Black College Sports Network.
Put down in that top half. We're moving to the bottom half of the second. Carolina with the lead, but Team California coming to the plate.
There's a shot.
Shot
to
that
right.
might be.
It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama.
Back to live action here in the bottom of the second inning. Logan McIntyre, the catcher, is at the plate. Fouls off the first pitch down the first baseline. Jaheim Brown struck out the side in the top half of, or in the first inning rather. Sitting in a 0-2 spot now. Lets that one get away. 1 ball and 2 strikes now for Brown. Lifted towards center field. Center field has to give a little bit of chase. Keeps backpedaling all the way, probably about 5 feet away from the warning track. That one's a nice lift there on that ball by McIntyre. Probably went about 360, 370 maybe. But all the same, a nice catch there by the center fielder. A.J. Anderson getting a lot of work out there for Carolina. As he's caught 2 balls to at the plate now. Number 4, Nick Andrews, playing third base. Andrews in a 1 ball, 1 strike situation here. Foul ball. Zach Rice comes up to have a few words there with his teammate. Let's see if this leads to some sort of off-speed pitch here to get a strikeout. Yep, good movement on that pitch by Brown. Set him up, and the 4th strikeout of this contest. So that's 5 straight batters retired by Jaheim Brown. Rocky Vidal comes up. The shortstop scoops, tosses over to first. Beautiful play by the shortstop. Trey Fenderson with a nice scoop and throw. And so another side retired for Carolina. 6 up, 6 down. No runs, no hits, no runners left on base. We move to the third inning, excuse me. Got to get that right now. We're at the MVP, and you're watching it on the Black College Sports Network.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Here we go, moving into the top of the third inning. And maybe because of the cloud cover, but the lights are on. The lights are starting to come on here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex. Could be part of the reason why we move this game and start time up a little bit. Might be some clouds or some potential rain in the area, so we wanted to make sure we get this one in. For Carolina, A.J. Anderson now, the center fielder, is at the plate here in the bottom or top of the third. And that pitch by White kind of skips to the back of the backstop. Anderson lifts that ball towards center fielder, or to his right center, excuse me. Center fielder gathers under it, makes a nice catch there. That was Kamani Blakeney out there for California making that catch. Blakeney getting a lot of work out there. That is the third flyout that he has caught in this contest. Back to the top of the lineup for Carolina, Colby Guy, the third baseman. He fouls it off, just barely hits the top of the netting. Feels like the fastest moving first. I better stop. See, this is how, don't want to give it that announcer's jinx by talking too much. Caught myself. I don't know if that counts, that I caught myself. Christian White working ahead now, 0-2 to Guy. To the plate with the pitch. No. It'll be ball one. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. To Guy, who's 0 for 1 today. Over the plate, Guy lifts that ball towards center field. Center fielder has to come in. And another out. Another assist there to Blakeney.
Shortstop, number 4, Trey Henderson.
That's 3 consecutive flyouts to center field. Dating back to the end of the second inning. Trey Fenderson, who scored the only run of this game so far, comes to the plate, the shortstop for Carolina. And guess what? Fenderson lifts it to center fielder. Blakeney coming in, scoop catch. I tell you, Kamani Blakeney, we're learning his name today because he's snagging balls out of center field left and right. So shout out to the kid from California there. So no runs, no hits, no errors, none left on base. And we go to the bottom half of the third inning. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused.
Right fielder number 9, Spencer Vaughn.
Leading off the bottom of the third inning, the right fielder, number 9, Spencer Vaughn for Team California in yellow. Followed by Craven Kroom, the left fielder, and Casey Threats. And right now, California is dealing with a hot pitcher who is literally dealing. And he is Jaheim Brown, North Carolina A&T commit. Brown actually will be heading to A&T here very soon. He graduated this past year, and guess what? Another strikeout by Brown. That is now strikeout number 5. And the 7th straight batter retired. So the Aggie Nation, you got something to be excited about with Jaheim Brown coming to campus this fall. Make sure to take care of this young man. He has a special arm. And he has good placement, too. Darius Robinson is another pitcher off this program, out of this Carolina Met Reds program, and there's a hit towards the shortstop. Guys, scoops. Nice turn. Beautiful. And that was Trey Fenderson, excuse me. Trey Fenderson had to, first off, he had to get over there and then made the nice little 360 spin and throw to first. And so that's a 6-3. And the perfect game and no-hitter still intact for Jaheim Brown. 8 in a row retired. Fouled off. And I think outside of just the movement, you see the movement and the velocity with some of these throws by Brown. Now, of course, he is a graduating senior from Lewisburg High School, attending North Carolina A&T in the fall, and it shows. You can just hear that ball as it hits the catcher's glove, and you just know there's a little bit of extra something on those pitches. The 1-1. Strike number 2 there to Casey Threats. Threats working in the DH role in this contest. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch to the plate. Off-speed movement. My goodness. Strikeout number 6. 9 up, 9 down. We're moving on to the 4th. It's all about Jaheim Brown right now. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU, League Pass. It's game time, I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU, League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU, League Pass. It's game time, I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Thank you guys for what.
We move to the top of the fourth inning. Team Carolina in the blue there with a 1-0 lead. Zach Rice is at the plate. And Christian White is on the bump for Team California. First pitch, low. Ball one. One ball and one strike. Count moves to 2-1. Low and inside, ball three. And, you know, as much attention as Jaheim Brown is getting for Carolina, got to give some credit to Christian White, doing a great job right here after a rocky first start. That ball slapped towards right. They say foul. Must they hit some sand? I tell you, from our vantage point, if we had a shot up the line, you know, it'd be a different thing. But unfortunately, from our vantage point, that ball is so close to the line, it almost looks fair. We had a situation in our contest in day one. I think it was the last game of the day, Atlanta versus Florida, that came down to an opportunity Atlanta had to score in the bottom half of the inning, and a ball went down that same spot, and it also was called foul, but it looked fair at the time. Foul ball by Rice. He stays alive on the full count. The 3-2 count to the plate, and that's going to be ball four. So Zach Rice, who had a double in his previous appearance, walks. And so now coming to the plate for Carolina is the extra hitter, number 20, Miles Thomas.
Your attention, now pitch ready for Team Carolina, number 17.
Pinch runner for Carolina at first, number 17, Jared Ryan. He will pinch run for Rice. Rice is the catcher. There's a foul ball.
Jared Ryan pitch running now for Team Carolina.
There's a strike by Christian White. So now ahead of Thomas with 2 strikes. Runner on first. Stays home. There's a swinging strike. Good cut. Even though that one was high, it looked like there might have been a little off speed there. Or either Thomas was just well ahead of it. Either way, first First strikeout of the ball game for Christian White. And they seem to now, well, let's see, hold on. All right, they calling a balk? Well, they're going to call a balk on White, and so that's going to advance the runner to second. Now at the plate, number 23, Seth Christmas. White steps off the bag as he tries to check Jared Ryan. First pitch, strike. Missed on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on second. To the plate. Lifted towards right field. Right fielder comes in. Securely grabs that one. And they'll hold the runner at second. That was C.J. Owens in right field. Came up with that one. Now coming to the plate, number 3, Chris King. King, the right fielder for this Carolina ball club. Takes a look at that first pitch, and it's a ball. Chris, a rising senior from Rock Hill, South Carolina, attends Combine Academy. He takes ball 2. Runner on second is the pinch runner, Jared Ryan, who pinch hit for Zach Rice, the catcher. Ball slapped towards foul territory, going towards the good hustle play by C.J. Owens, but he didn't come up with that. He's got the speed to get over there. Good effort for even wanting to go that far. So now we got 2 balls and 1 strike to Chris King. Chris King right back up the middle. Shortstop comes up with it. Oh, a little high up the baseline, and that's going to bring a run in as mark that as a E6. First error of the ball game is going to bring a run in.
Here's the first baseman, number 8, Bryce Meacham.
So now with a runner on second, Carolina with a 2-0 lead here in the top of the 4th inning. Bryce Meacham comes to the plate. Pitches outside, ball 2. Two outs here in this inning. Carolina just needing to get out of it. Thought they got out of it a second ago. That ball's lifted up towards center field. Who else but Kamani Blakeney comes up with that one, and that ends the inning. So Carolina does manage to get one run on no hits. One error in that inning, and they left the runner on base. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Jaheim Brown comes back out with a perfect game so far. We'll see how he prepares for the fourth. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
Oh, we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry.
Here we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. 2-0 lead for Carolina. Jaheim Brown, the North Carolina A&T commit, who will be in Greensboro throwing for the Aggies this upcoming season, is up, and there's a hit by Josh Lanham, and he breaks up the no-hitter and the perfect game with a solid single in the center. Great work by Brown in those first three innings. Brown had thrown 25 strikes of 29 pitches, only 4 balls out of the first 29 pitches, and he retired 6 on strikeouts. You know, what's funny is Lanham hadn't even faced Brown yet. Normally, you would think it's the second run or third before you start to get used to a guy. Lanham, his first appearance. But Lanham's a pitcher, though, so maybe there's something to that. He pitched in the last contest for California. C.J. Owens comes back up to the plate. He struck out in his first at-bat, one of 6 guys to do so. Counts 1-1. Lanham's on first for California. Big cut by Owens, and the count will move to 1-2. Carolina with a 2-0 lead here in this contest. Time called by Owens as he steps out of the box. The pitch to the plate, little movement inside, called strike 3, and Owens goes down swinging, or actually looking, but he strikes out for the second time in this contest. Strikeout number 7 for Jaheim Brown. Husani Johnson, the shortstop, and the left-hander. Brown tosses back over to first. Keep that runner in check. Brown goes right back over to him again. Just wanted to be clear with him, I think, to let him know I'm not going to let you get a free lead off on me. First pitch to the plate is outside and high. Ball 2. Might be the first time we've seen Brown behind to a batter. The 2-0 pitch inside, or actually, excuse me, on down the middle rather. 2-1 is our count. Husani Johnson standing in there trying to get California on the board. Inside, called strike 2. Perfectly placed pitch. So Brown has worked himself back into an even position where just needs a strike to get out of this one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, runner on first. Umpire doesn't give it to him on that one. Crowd thought it was a great pitch. So now it's a full count. Double plays in effect if it goes anywhere near the center of the infield. Fouled off. Runners going. The throw to second. And he's going to be out. So not only did we have the strikeout by Johnson, but then we get the runner caught stealing, and that ends the inning. Well, another 3-up and 3-down inning for Carolina. We move on to the bottom of the 5th inning. We're watching, or you're watching, the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way.
Heading to the bottom of the top of the 5th inning for Team Carolina. Number 10, Brandon Davis. New pitcher on the mound for California. That's Nicholas Kambula Doherty from out of Berkeley, California. Rising senior, attends St. Mary's High School. Nicholas behind 2-0. That one inside in the dirt. And again, you know, what's to be expected, or what seems to be the common theme with pitchers in their first, well, with the few exceptions that we've seen, Jaheim Brown being one of those, most of these young men come in and struggle to find their placement in the first at-bat or two, maybe even the first inning. There's a good strike or good throw there by Nicholas. Count moves to 3-1. Let's see if Brandon Davis decides to stay back and sit on this one as well. And it does, because it's inside, so. Davis reaches on the walk. That brings to the plate number 5, Stanley Reed Jr. out of Huntersville, North Carolina. Reed is the left fielder. Davis is on first. Pitch to the plate. Ball 1. The 1-0 pitch just misses. But Nicholas seems to have sort of settled a little bit. The pitches aren't skipping off the ground. Just got to find the perfect placement on them. Oh, spoke too soon. Looks like he kind of lost his footing there up on the mound. And Davis advances to second on the wild pitch. Fully expect for Reed to sit on this 3-0 pitch. And he does. That one's outside on 4 pitches, and Reed gets to first base on a walk. So 2 consecutive walks put runners on first and second. And at the plate now comes number 19, Eric A.J. Anderson. Anderson from Matthews, North Carolina, a rising senior, attends Carmel Christian School. There's a strike for Nicholas. 0 outs here in the top of the 5th. The 0-1 pitch. Runners going to third. Double steal. They go to second. No, runner's safe. They go over to third to check him. Oh, that was a tough one. I don't, you know, I'll be honest. I don't think it was not a well-timed double steal, but because the runner on third was, or the runner on second going to third was gone on the high leg kick, and then I think the runner on first left on the delivery. But needless to say, the throw by Logan McIntyre, unable to come up cleanly. So now runners are in scoring position, second and third. The 0-2 pitch, called strike 3. got him looking, so there's a nice pick-me-up for Nicholas Kambula Doherty. Back to the top of the lineup for number 1, Colby Guy. 0 for 2 today. And this is where Nicholas has to be careful. Those balls that have been skipping, and, you know, you don't want to give up a couple of runs here on a wild pitch. Or worse, put that ball in a bad spot where your catcher can't come up with it cleanly. Two balls, no strikes is the count right now. Brandon Davis is on third. Stanley Reed on second. Ball is hit up the middle, just past the outreach glove of the shortstop. One run comes in, another run's going to come in. So that's 2 runs, 2 RBI single by Colby Guy. Opens this game up.
To the plate is the shortstop, number 4, Trey Henderson.
First hit of the inning for Carolina brings home 2 and makes the score 4-1, or 4-0, excuse me. Runners going. The throw to second, got him. Caught stealing that time. McIntyre does a good job picking off Guy. So that's 2 outs now. Beautiful throw there by Logan McIntyre. The 0-2 pitch with 2 outs. To the plate, little movement outside, ball 1. Trey Fenderson, the shortstop, who has flashed the glove. We've seen the glove. We've seen the base running already today and the hitting. Showing it all today is Fenderson. Reaching for that one, called strike. He's upsetting himself for chasing that one. And that'll be the end of the inning. So 2 runs scored on 1 hit. No errors, none left on base. And Carolina goes to the bottom of the 5th inning with a 4-0 lead. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
Shot that might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery.
We're back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Team Carolina with a 4-0 lead over California. That ball lifted to left center, going back towards the flag, drops right in front of the wall. Left fielder comes up with it, and that's a strong double, a leadoff double there.
At the plate from Cali, that was center fielder number 15, Kamani Blakeney.
Kamani Blakeney.
Here's the catcher number 11, Logan.
Last special guest, D. Brown. D. Brown baseball.
MVP.
Nick Straw told me a lot
D.
about
Brown
you.
baseball.
Nick Straw told me a lot about you, man. You know what I'm saying?
I remember from the, you were at the, yeah, hold on.
Thanks, man. You ain't gonna say nothing to me, man.
I was. That's all.
All right, you may have to pot up his channel on the mixer. D. Brown, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Just want to make sure we catch up here. Kamani Blakeney with the double and moves over to third base. Logan McIntyre's at the plate for California, and there's a shot to. Oh, that's a funky bounce there. First baseman thought he had that cleanly, and then all of a sudden, it just did what baseball sometimes do when they hit the ground. Joining me right now, D. Brown, the D. Brown baseball coach, instructor, trainer, all of those things, I imagine, right?
Yes.
First off, tell us a little bit about D. Brown baseball before we get into talking about this beautiful game and your role here and just your participation and attendance here at the MVP.
Yeah, good. Yeah, man. I'm a former Major League Baseball player, first-round pick with the Kansas City Royals, man, and I've been in and around the game for a long time. I just recently moved back to the Atlanta area, and I started D. Brown Baseball in August of 2016 in Memphis, Tennessee, where I started with travel ball programs, and then I went from there to started doing national showcases where I bring college coaches and pro scouts to different cities, giving kids opportunities to be seen that gets overlooked. A lot of these coaches that are here today, has been to my showcases. I also run a Facebook Live show where I try to highlight college coaches and educate young, our parents, high school, all ages, parents about recruiting. I highlight schools. A lot of guys have been on, threw it away over there, staying in place. But yeah, man, so I've started a live about November of 2018. I've had about 130 college coaches on.
Nice.
Yeah, I highlight, I try to highlight HBCUs, Cooper, and let me see, Coach Washington, and
it's a swag fest down here. It's
it's
swag heavy down here right now.
They've all been on my show, man. And KC over there with Clark Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been on my show. So I try to highlight, everybody in the game. We've had Power 5 just this week. We had Cal State Fullerton on the show 2 days ago. So we do all schools and just highlight them and just educate parents on the schools and give them an opportunity to speak to, message college coaches and to get access to these college coaches and ask the questions right on there. So it's been a pretty good run we've had. And so, this is my first time. I heard a lot about the MVP tournament, so I wanted to come show my face and see some of these, guys that I've had on my show, but this is my first time seeing them in person.
You now why college coaches? I mean, there's so many different angles that you could do a show about. What was it that attracted you to wanting to bring in college coaches and speak to them?
Honestly, with my live show, I wanted to do an inspiration type of show and talk about youth and hey, you can do it. I did it. Coming from with my background. And I wanted to, inspire kids. But then one particular day, a friend of mine was like, why don't you just see, talk about recruiting and stories about, again, I was having travel ball programs at the time, so parents started asking me a bunch of recruiting questions, and I was drafted out of high school, so I didn't necessarily, and it was years ago,
right?
So I didn't necessarily know a lot of these recruiting questions. So I just one day I just happened to ask a couple of my friends. Boston College head coach. I've known him since high school, and the LIU Brooklyn head coach. I'm from New York originally, and they was like, "Yeah, I love to come on D and answer questions," and that's kind of how it started. And then those guys started this ball rolling, and I just kind of pivoted. And I've had ex-big leaguers on my show. I've had Orlando Hudson. I've had Milton Bradley. Friends of mine come on the show. I've had major league coaches also, agents come on my show. Everything dealing with youth, just to educate the youth baseball. I've done it, but it's kind of really tailored towards college coaches.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see. I saw it. You did the same thing. Every time it comes this way, you kind of do that. You forget that there's a net there. And we had one that actually came.
Really?
Look, if there was a net, it would have come right here.
Oh wow.
So yeah, that one caught me bad.
Okay,
So don't worry about that one. The jump is just natural. I was gonna say I figured I wanted to hear you say it, but I figured that with the emphasis on college. Coaches, I figured that was either one, depending upon where you went to college, you had a real great experience, or either maybe you didn't go.
Right.
So hearing that you didn't go to well, at least you didn't get recruited to go to.
I did.
Play. Or you didn't choose to go. I guess
I was a football player.
Okay.
And I signed with University of Maryland. I had a full ride. I was going all football scholarships, and I was going to walk on to play baseball. So again,
what changed? What was it that sort of flipped you to saying? Baseball is the route I wanted to go.
First round pick.
There it is.
To be honest with you, football was my first love. I played baseball as a kid. I loved it. Bo Jackson, Deion's my boys. But at that, I got picked 14th in the country. I had to make it.
So the process was already sort of clear enough that you knew, and I'm trying to remember when the draft is versus when you would have gone to college. It was kind of clear once you got drafted in the first round. Right. It was like, oh no.
I signed my letter of intent, which is still to this day. Now they got a couple of dates now, but February of my senior year, I signed with University of Maryland a football scholarship, and then I got drafted in June. So I had to make it. It was tough to say. Football was my first love. It came down to the middle of August, and right before I was supposed to head to Maryland to start football practice. Is the night before is when I finalized my deal with the Kansas City Royals. So it was tough giving up football, but ultimately, of course, I made the right decision.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, but I was a football recruit. I had a lot of college, but I didn't even pay no attention to college baseball schools. It had all the big ones coming after me, but there's no full rides. So I wasn't going to have my parents come out of pocket for nothing, especially when I was, pretty good football player. So I just was all about football scholarships, full rides, and hey, I do play baseball. I'm going to walk on. In Maryland, offered me my first scholarship as a sophomore in high school, and they hung in there with me, and they were going to allow me to play 2 sports, so that's why I chose Maryland.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny hearing the economic, and many people aren't familiar with the economics of college baseball, and the fact that football, for example, depending upon your level, whether it's FBS now or FCS, you're looking anywhere from 80-something to 60-something, and then Division II, it's like 30-something. Yes. That's full scholarships.
Exactly.
But even at the highest level of collegiate baseball, it's 11, right? Am I correct in that?
Yep, 11.7. Division I, 11.7, yep.
Now, coaches are obviously creative about how they split. They could split that up, or...
The average is about 25% scholarship, but if you're looking at
so they'll spread that around amongst their roster.
Around 35, 35 guys. And usually 27 usually get about a scholarship, and about eight walk-ons, and that's pretty much the going rate with mid-major D1s and up.
Yeah.
Now, you may get some D1 programs that's out here, especially when it comes to SWAC schools and all that are not fully funded. Arkansas Pine Bluff comes to mind, and Mississippi Valley State. Those guys only getting like 4.9, 5, 6 scholarship. Think about that. It's already tough for a high-level college to get 11.7 scholarships, but now you're talking HBCU schools where they're only getting, some of them are 4.9, 6 scholarships or less, and they got to try to piece this together. That's me and Carl Nichols. Carl Nichols is down there, ex-big leaguer, does a lot of stuff in the youth baseball space too. We was just talking about that.
And Brown slips on the sand on the infield, trying to make that throw to first. Here comes a second runner to the plate. And California has found themselves right back in this ball game, count being 4-3 now after clearing the base pads. Well, actually, runner now on third base. And just like that, you know, California did this in the last game where they were behind, and then all of a sudden made it a game late and came real close to winning that game against Chicago.
The points of defense, man, because this dude been throwing the hell out of the ball.
Yeah,
man.
it looks like you know, I don't know. I think coach just may be going out to talk to him a little bit, make sure he's all right. But he was dealing there in those first 3 innings, 3 to 4 innings. Jaheim Brown. I mean, North Carolina A&T's got a lot to be excited about.
He's an A&T commit, huh?
Yeah, A&T commit. One of 2 pitchers, the young man who started yesterday.
Okay.
And I think they're gonna go ahead and make a pitching change. So that's it for Jaheim Brown. And it was a great start, and not, you know, obviously, given where this game is, definitely should be applauded. A&T, you got a good one coming. Definitely keep your eyes and ears open for Jaheim Brown.
Is this Delton Prince? Who's this, number 7?
Number 7 for North Carolina. That is Austin Evans.
Oh, okay.
Number 7, Austin Evans.
You know, Austin Evans from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Oh, wow.
A rising senior.
Okay.
Hillcrest High School. And talking about those finances of college, you know, it's funny. You were talking about the differences of just splitting up scholarships. Yeah. Talking to Coach Jamie Shoup of Florida A&M, he was talking about just the fact that the out-of-state waivers and in-state waivers affects his recruiting base. Of obviously, you got a lot of talented players up here, and a lot of alumni here, but you know, you don't get that out-of-state waiver that say, you know, maybe Coach Connor down at Grambling may have, which kind of limits his abilities in somewhat. That when you go out of state, that out-of-state kid has got to be really, really good.
Really good, and because you're probably going to end up having to get them more money
from somewhere.
Right. and those kids are going to have to eat, or those kids are going to have to want to come out of pocket more.
Sure.
And you know, it really sucks, man. You know, the way this college baseball thing works, man, and that's why I love bringing on the coaches, because you learn so much and you see, you know, the guys that have their hands tied behind their back, you know what I'm saying, with scholarship money, man, and it's like it's a shame.
And that's a problem that exists for whether it's the national champion, Mississippi State, all the way down to an HBCU. That 11-7 is across the board. So it's not like Mississippi State or Vanderbilt has more quote-unquote scholarships than the FAMU, Grambling, or Alabama A&M.
Exactly.
It's the same. Is that something that, you know, how does that change? Is that something like legislation with the NCAA, that the schools?
We were just talking about this. Like I said, Carl and I was just talking about this. Major League Baseball's they started a Black Alliance group, and they funded it last year with $10 million. I don't know, you know, they went around the different cities and helped with, you know, giving out gloves and stuff like that, which looked okay, but, you know, it didn't really put a dent into the problem. So now Major League Baseball has just given $150 million to that nonprofit Black Alliance group over there. So, you know, Carl was like, you know, he posted this on Facebook, and I agreed. He was like, maybe that type of money can help with certain programs, or even, I don't know, you know, college baseball in general, help with increasing scholarships. And that's, you know, if you know, bring race into the, you know, equation, I just told you my story. You know, he was telling me about a kid that's a high-level baseball player that is going to Buffalo to play football because he's like, I don't want my parents to pay no money to play. So he's going to go way up to New York. You know, even though I love New York, that's where I'm from, but he's going to go way up there to play football on a full ride because he was like, yo, I don't want my parents to pay, which that's what I did. But
do they have a baseball program in Buffalo?
I don't even know. Okay. And so I asked him. He was like, no, he's going to concentrate strictly on football, which, you know, the kid is obviously a good player, plays on Carl's team. He has a high-level team. So point being, I mean, you lose a lot of kids that, you know, unfortunate because, you know, you got to pay a lot of money to play college baseball. You have to pay. It's essentially a next level travel ball program. You know what I'm saying? It's college baseball. You know.
Interesting hearing about that, and you talk about the numbers. I think Major League Baseball may be in one of those situations where they have to decide if they're not investing in their minor league programs anymore.
Right.
Maybe Major League Baseball and organizations might be wise to invest in college programs, and I hate to say it this way, but use college
as their minor
like the NBA and the NFL. They use college as sort of their minor league programs.
Great point.
And so that way you may be covering two birds with one. I'd say kill two birds with one stone, but you're helping kids with education purposes. But then also you're putting money to maybe create more scholarships for these college programs, whether it be the biggest of the big or the medium, smaller range schools. And now instead of 11, maybe it gets up to 20. I mean, just imagine what that would do for the sport and the game. I mean, feel free to steal that if you ever got it. I just thought of that off the top of my head as you were just talking about stuff.
I think
that idea just kind of popped into my head.
That is a great point. And it's kind of, a lot of people have been saying, especially the SECs, ACCs, that level of competition. And, they say that, it's, because of the competition is so high that it's equivalent to an A-ball minor league. But, but to put the emphasis on it, definitely. I love what you're saying.
Now, your program or your programs are based out of where? I know you got North Carolina ties, but New York ties. But where are you? Where are your programs at right now?
I live here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, Atlanta, Georgia. Okay.
Yeah, my daughter. I moved here last year. My daughter's a high-level tennis player, and she goes to the academy here.
Okay.
In Atlanta, Georgia. She's actually in Florida playing now. But
there's a high pop-up.
Yeah, that's coming here. That's coming. Okay.
Right on top of us. There we go.
Yeah, So I'm here in Atlanta, and I've only run one of my showcases so far here, but I've done them all over East Coast, West Coast. I'm going back out to the West Coast in September, so it's just a way to I'll say 60-70% of my kids that are coming to my showcases are minority African American, so I try to give them opportunity. And like at this college showcase I have in Atlanta in about a week and a half, I'll have about 10 schools, and 60-70% of them will be HBCU schools.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
How do we continue to grow the sport, not even just on an HBCU level, but the most recent MLB draft? I mean, 20 rounds. Two HBCU players.
Two?
Young man from Texas Southern.
Right, I know him.
And then the pitcher from North Carolina Central, Vernon, got drafted. So to my knowledge, two.
You're right. Okay.
But 20 rounds. Folks complain about. Folks in my circle complain about football.
Right.
I'm going to complain about baseball. 20 rounds.
20 rounds.
32 or 30 teams.
I think I listen, man. I love my HBCU coaches, Coach Coop. I see, Coach Johnson down there with Jackson State, and I do my best to try to get those, best talent I can for those HBCU. That's why I highlight them on my shows. But I think it's all the way around, man. The high school athlete needs to really look into HBCU, and HBCU guys really need, this is great, but, Coach Goody has done, and, and bringing and highlighting these kids and the coaches here to see the talent that's there out here. But the parents need to really consider HBCUs, and the HBCU coaches need to, because I know for a fact some of these guys, sometimes they don't feel like they can get that high level kid.
Yeah.
And those parents sometimes really, really are wanting an opportunity to play at a HBCU. So that combination needs to happen. And, hey, if you just pluck one kid from or 3 to 5 kids from the SEC or ACC or Big 12 and to come into their SWAC, that'll do wonders. You know what I'm saying? That'll do wonders.
You know what's interesting is when you look at statistically, and I know, for example, when I go and look at some of the national leaders in various statistical categories in baseball, Jackson State had some young men that were leading the country.
Facts.
Now, I don't know if they were draft eligible. I'll be honest, I don't know. But I would like to think that, all things considered, that, stats are stats. That's the one thing I've always said about baseball. Baseball, you can't I mean, look, Rick, Weeks, he was a 460 something hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, that carries. I mean,
carries. Yeah.
Numbers don't lie.
He don't even get the credit that he gets. He's one of the best college players ever. They always say he's the best. SWAC. No, he's one of the best
HBCU. Or try to make it mean as if make it sound like it's not as worthy of being considered one of the best in Division I baseball.
500,
right?
Anything, you doing your thing. And shout out to Ricky, that's my dude. But I lost my train of thought. But based off of what you were saying, so a couple of scout friends of mine, I asked real talk, and I asked them, really, questions like, "What's up?" A couple of kids that I'm like, hey, is he draftable? What do you think? He runs a 6 something and and the guy, the scouts are straight up with me, man. And these guys say, like, they just don't look at the SWAC, you know what I'm saying? Like, they look at these other conferences, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so a guy hitting XYZ, and they just look, it's like a second or third tier level of play. Good, bad, and different. That's just how these scouts look at the SWAC. And again, this is 2 scouts' opinions. Yeah. But these are guys that I value their opinion. Yeah. These are guys that
they're in the room probably with other guys. So that probably opinion is something that others probably have.
Yep.
What about speaking of and listening to some of you all who are deeply ingrained in the sport, and we understand what Major League Baseball has done in terms of going over internationally.
Right.
What if there were and I don't know how often this happens, but would there be opportunities, maybe somehow, some way, to put these HBCU programs and these programs like this and take these kids against put them in international settings where all of a sudden, I mean, look, I love what I see here, but if from hearing all of you all who are in it and been doing it, seeing it, it seems like, okay, we have to find a different way to expose the decision makers to our kids. And maybe that is somebody's going to have to create an international exposure event and say, let's take these same group of club teams that are coming out of MVP, and let's go find the team from Cuba, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, whatever it is that has these scouts slobbering over these young 15, 16-year-old kids in the Caribbean.
Right.
Let's match them up. Let's see.
I definitely love that idea.
I'm full of ideas, by the way.
Yeah. I love that. I know, there's different at a younger level. You could pay XYZ and play against the Dominican kids. They need to build what they do to those academies. Dominican, and I get it, cheaper and there's a hotbed of talent. But I'm still really connected to a lot of the pro teams, and you got 32 Major League teams that have academies in the size of basically Connecticut or the size of Massachusetts, Dominican Republic. You know what I'm saying? You have 32 Major League teams in that little bit of a, area of space, plucking talent left and right. You can't tell me that in Atlanta or I've talked to a Major League, player that's heavy in the game, and you would know him if I say it. I don't want to put his name out there. Sure. But they talked about he was very fast. Like, yo, I really want to put together like an academy, a facility, a big, like in the sticks of Mississippi somewhere or something like that, and just bring all the best black, players down to that, area and start an academy down there, man. And this was this time last year we had that conversation. So hopefully, with the money with the Black Alliance, that'll start that and really build and just pluck young athletes that look like this out here playing and just develop them and have multiple teams going everywhere around the country, around the world playing.
Yeah, there's where there's a way, there's a means.
Yeah,
I mean that sounds like it's almost like taking that same concept that is happening in other sports, and you mentioned your daughter plays tennis.
Yes.
I'm sure. I'm down in Florida. I'm aware of the great tennis academies like IMG.
Yes.
So I'm sure in order for her to sort of advance to where you're hoping she goes to, I'm sure you have had to invest in some tennis academies and things of that nature.
I told you we moved here because of that. We wanted to get to Florida. We ain't quite IMG right now, but this we've talked to IMG. She just did a 3-week tour and went to 2 or 3 different places in Florida. She just, finished a high-level tournament in Plantation, Florida yesterday. And, man, it's you know, that type of, you know, we need these academies here in the States, man, and the money is there, man. We could fund these and you know, do it if it's done right, and just we need somebody just really kind of pull that trigger.
There's a seeing eye single that brings in 2 runs there. And you got to
run him down. There you go. Bad base runner.
So Josh Lanham manages to bring in 2, and look at that. California now has a 5-4 lead here in the bottom of the 5th.
Right.
And this California team, I mean, they may start off slow, but once they get into the groove of the game, they just find a way to make things happen.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so now Carolina, here we are in the bottom of the 5th. Carolina with 2 outs. Runner still on third. C.J. Owens at the plate. Owens, the right fielder.
Shout out to another D. Brown over there, the coach over there, third base over there. That's we have heard a lot about him. We have a bunch of friends together. He's an ex-pro player himself, but from Northern California, brought this team down here. And I just met him for the first time. You know, this game of baseball is really, really small, and you know, the higher you go, the more smaller it gets, and you hear names and people that know each other. And so I've heard this guy's name for years now. This is my first time running into him, meeting him for the first time. So
D. Brown, hi, I'm D. Brown. All right.
Yeah. So he saw me. He knew me right away. He was
Okay.
like, yo, and I was like, we just hugged, and we started naming all the people we know. You
Wow,
know?
small world.
It's a small world. Yeah. It's a good pitch.
As you had a chance to watch, what sort of impressed you about the talent or the skill set? Some of these programs, you've got players who have been together for a while, especially here's these 2 programs. They've got young men who've been together for a year. And then I don't know if you had a chance to see, for example, Team Atlanta yesterday.
I didn't.
That group, and hit by a pitch there. So Owens will
I was
take
hoping to see them today.
Yeah, they ended up playing 2 yesterday.
Okay.
And so that's why, let's see, tomorrow, I'm not sure which game they will play. It actually is sort of dependent upon, let's see. So they'll probably be playing in the second place game, which I believe will be 3 o'clock tomorrow. They lost that tough game to Florida, and Florida won earlier, so Florida advanced to the championship game with that win. That's at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So Atlanta, but where I was going with that is Atlanta's a team that just really has kind of come together.
Right.
A lot of different high-level players from around the area.
Yes, I know a kid from that's not small base running.
Yeah, Owens. I'm not sure what Owens was. I think he thought he was going to catch the pitcher off guard. He hadn't even gone into his delivery.
And if you're going to do that, again, they're young kids, and I get it, but if you're going to do that, stay in the middle of the baseline and make it a rundown so maybe this kid scores before
that's a good
you
point.
get tagged out. You know, you can't just run into an out like that. Just not smart. But, you know, they're kids. They're learning. They'll learn.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were we saying?
I think we were just going to kind of talk about what maybe you've seen from the various teams and the type of talent. And
I've seen decent arms, but I have loved the shortstops. What I've seen, I've seen both. The Chicago shortstop I really liked it. The North Carolina shortstop I liked.
Yeah.
Really athletic. Some certain guys, swinging the bat. So it's been decent talent. I've been impressed. I think tomorrow I'm gonna come back and try to see that Atlanta team like you're talking. I know a couple of kids personally that I've known online. I met a lot of these kids online.
Okay.
And obviously these are my first time seeing them, in person. So definitely want to come back and see that Atlanta team. I heard the Florida team is something to see too.
Yeah, they're a good, solid team. Definitely are. Good pitching too.
Really.
Now, being a 2-sport star, what do you talk to these young people about the 2-sport challenges? And I call them challenges because I'm in high school, and I've always believed that you can do multiple sports. Just means you have to work twice as hard at each sport. I mean, whether it's the basketball coach, football coach, or baseball coach, sure, we want our kids, but at the same time, we want kids who are talented enough to make the team successful,
right?
And then you want to help, let that kid and that family decide which sports you want to gravitate towards when it's time to make those decisions.
Yep.
But how do you help kids navigate the two-sport challenges or multi-sport challenges?
Honestly, man, if they're decent in basketball, football, I tell them straight up, go get the scholarship money. You know what I'm saying? Go get those full rides. And it can hurt them. I was just telling a story this morning. Two-sport kid out of Carrollton, Georgia, is a Cuban dude, and he's a big-time defensive lineman. Alabama, Florida's already offered him, and he's going into his sophomore year in high school, and he could freaking swing it. I was just talking to a bunch of the, guys down there, scouts, and they all, he's heavy on social media too, but he's a switch hitter. I've known him since he was 12.
Switch hitter and getting scholarships from Alabama already?
From football, yes. Stud.
Okay.
And so, you know what I'm saying? So, I was talking to the dad this morning, and I was, because we were talking about different scenarios, and I just said, listen, man, just be careful, because I want you to sign a football scholarship, but make sure it's a school that isn't really going to allow you to play two sports and you get your work in. I was telling them about this guy named Mo Hampton. Mo was a potential first-round pick, walked away from $1.8 million at a high school out of the Memphis area. And he signed a full ride with LSU to be a D-back, and obviously, he was a baseball player. And just the other day, earlier this spring, I saw that he's going to be he's transferring out of LSU because he was playing a lot on the football team, but at the baseball, the coach over there basically saying, listen, you're not, the guy, we're bringing in top high-level kids every year, and you're half playing. And you're not getting better. And again, this is a kid that's turned down $1.8 million out of high school.
Wow.
And essentially, he got mad and transferred out of LSU. So he's in the transfer portal. I don't know. I haven't heard where he's going yet. But again, that's a five-star type of athlete out of high school that wasn't putting in enough work. That doesn't mean he didn't have the time. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't want to. It was just a time thing.
It's two jobs. I mean, it's two full-time jobs. Well, you got three because you got to do schoolwork, and then look, I struggled with two full-time jobs, and I wasn't even an athlete in college.
Right.
So
you can tell me more about that than I.
I can't even imagine being three sport or three jobs, baseball, football, and then trying to get schoolwork done. That's a challenge.
I can only imagine, man. So like I said, it sounds good in theory, but it's very, you got to be a special athlete to do it and be that good. Now, again, I encourage all, guys that are high level to keep playing multiple sports. Now, I encourage all kids to play, multiple sports, but, I think eventually junior year, you got to get to that point where you start concentrating on one if you're not that good. I understand everybody wants to play for fun.
Yeah.
But
if you got one sport that's you're really clearly better than the other sport.
Yeah, like don't play. Why hurt yourself? Why do something? Whatever. Again, I was a two-sport guy, but I played basketball too. I played all. When we were coming up, we played all three.
Yeah.
And I played basketball until my senior year where, I hurt my ankle my last game of football.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of money, obviously, going into that spring to get ready for my baseball season. So it was hard. I love basketball, but not like that. I knew that I wasn't,
right.
I wasn't going to
That wasn't going to put food on the table or change your family's fortune.
Right. So I quickly quit, and the town didn't like it, but I didn't care.
Yeah.
But it was, again, some of these kids need to make that decision, too, when they kind of get to that level where it's like, you really have to, think of yourself as a businessman and train hard. And, again, if you're a high level like this kid I'm telling you about, obviously he's getting D1 D1 offers at high level schools. He's obviously, on that level. So he has some tough decisions, and he's a pro prospect too.
Wow.
Baseball wise.
Well, he will have a tough job. And I would imagine those kind of decisions in the end come down to maybe your family situation.
That's
a lot
exactly
of times,
right. Yep.
Depending upon what his parents or family life is like, and financially, and whether he feels like, hey, maybe going baseball changes our family's situation.
And that's what we were talking about today. And with that family, he had their number. I was like, everybody's is different. That Mo Hampton, his number was 2.3 or 2.8 or something like that. He turned down the 1-point-something million. I knew a family that turned down $600,000 out of high school because they wanted more. So everybody has their number, what they feel like is comfortable enough for their kid to sign if given the opportunity you know, and Major League Baseball is a lot different now. The draft, back, you know, when I was coming out, they just picked the best player, and you know, from there it's see if we could sign them. Now it's all about signability, and they'll take a lesser talented kid if they know that they can, you know, sign him for the money that they, you know, allowed it for that slot.
Right. D, look, I appreciate you coming up. Man. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Let's got to give a shout out to Nick Strong. You know Nick, right? Apparently.
Yes, he told me about you guys, and I've been meaning to get you on my show. He gave me your contact and everything. So I definitely, again, it's, you know, one hand washes the other, man. I love to get you on there to talk about what you're doing, because I think you were doing the Black College World Series at the time.
We were, right.
Yeah. Right. So he told me about you, and I, you know, like, again, I you know, I've been, you know, I got to get you on.
I understand. Yeah. Well, shout out.
I get Coach Goody too over there.
Yeah. Shout out to Nick. A great knowledge. I mean, great dude. Great baseball knowledge guy. Look, I'm one of those generals. Like I have a photographic memory, so I mean, I can fake it like I know deep history. But I was talking to one of the scouts. Look, my knowledge comes a lot from baseball cards. I grew up. My dad was a collector of baseball cards.
Okay.
All cards, really. I mean, I was just at home. We were going over some football cards, but he's got binders of baseball. So I mean, when I'm talking to some of these guys, and when I was talking to coach from Carolina, I believe, who played with Detroit, I believe it was.
Okay.
And we were talking about Old Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
I'm able to talk about Alan Trammell, Old Tiger Stadium, the box, who hit those shots out of the, you know. But that just.
You want to know a funny fact with that stadium?
Yeah.
I actually played in that last game ever.
Really?
1999.
Okay.
And Robert Fick hit a home run and hit it
Was that the last? That was the last.
The last home run hit the last day.
That name sounds. That's why I said Robert Fick. I remember that for some strange trivia question.
First, second round pick with the Tigers. Played about 10 years in the major leagues. Ficky's my boy. But yeah, I was with Kansas City, and we played Tigers the last game in Tigers. We played the last series in the last game. It was unbelievable atmosphere, and we were chased out of there because of people who were crazy.
Trying to tear up, trying to grab seats or whatever. Whatever they can grab.
Yeah, with grass and everything. So, yeah, man, it was crazy. So, but that was a funny fact about that, man.
Yeah. Give the plugs. Tell more people about your program, where they can find you, how they can reach out to you.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, my Facebook fan page where you can follow me, and I do my lives off of that is at D Brown Baseball. You can look that up, and I also have a private Facebook group called D Brown Baseball. My IG is D Brown Baseball, and Twitter is at D _ DeMall at Twitter. Now, I will be having a showcase July 28th here in Atlanta at Holy Spirit Prep High School in Buckhead, Atlanta, Georgia, July 28th. And if you have kids from 21 to 25s, even a JUCO kid, I have a couple of JUCOs that'll be JUCO kids that are coming. You can find that website at dbatlantaShowcase.com. That's D as in David, B as in boy, AtlantaShowcase.com. You can sign up there, and we'll have college coaches. Some of the coaches that are here will be at my showcase. And if you're uncommitted, come on down.
dbatlantaShowcase.com.
Yep.
Give your social media again. Spell it out, because look, D Brown is a popular sports name, and you can type in D Brown, and I'll get about 4 different D Browns, and well, which one am I talking about?
You are absolutely.
Spell it out for people.
Yeah, so it is D as in David, E as in Echo, E as in Echo, Brown Baseball. Okay. All right. You can reach me at it should pull up, and you see my face over there, former Kansas City Royals. So yes, DEE Brown Baseball. I know you got D Brown football and basketball. I used to hear all the jokes when I played.
Very popular name in
I just told you,
D
Brown. You know, he's coaching over here, so I don't know his social media handles, but so D Brown Baseball over there on Twitter, and on Instagram too. And check out my YouTube page too. I do a lot of my interviews off of that too, and that's D Brown Baseball too.
D Brown Baseball. One day somebody's got to figure a way how to get all of the D Browns in one spot,
you know what?
And just go ahead and take the photo and say, the D Brown of sports.
We had the Celtics, D Brown. I used to get jokes all the time, and then I don't know if you remember the D. Brown at University of Illinois, the point guard.
Yes. Yeah, I do remember him. Yep.
So he was at that time when I was, in the big leagues. He was, a really good basketball player. So I used to get it, especially in the Chicago area.
Yeah.
And then you had a football player, which ironically went to Syracuse, and he played for the Carolina Panthers and a couple other teams. He was a running back named D. Brown, and we would have been there. I think he would have been about maybe a couple years younger than me, but I got recruited by Syracuse. So, yeah, there's a few of us, man.
And your baseball teams that you played with were?
Big leagues was Kansas City and a little bit of Oakland A's.
Okay. Wasn't there a D. Brown that played in Miami?
Oh, you're talking about D. Gordon.
Gordon, okay, thank you. I knew that was
Gordon's,
okay.
That's Flash Gordon's son.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was. I knew there was a D that played in somewhere in South Florida, but that's all right. Well, look, we got a little bit of rain here. Hopefully, it's just rain, because Team Carolina trailing 5-4 here. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Of course, We're far away from our 2-hour time limit, so Carolina definitely wants this game to continue because a win by Carolina puts them in the championship game.
Okay.
Then we get into all kinds of crazy tie-breaking rules if that doesn't happen.
Okay, so there is a championship.
Yes, there is a champion, third place and fifth place game tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
And so a win by Team Carolina puts them in the championship game.
Okay.
And, we may have to stop. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
And we just had a lightning strike somewhere off our – given the fact that it went pretty close. So, again, folks, D. Brown Baseball is where you can find this D. Brown. And that's on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. And make sure to go check out dbatlantaShowcase.com to find out more information about the upcoming showcase event July 28th here in the Atlanta metro area. What was that school again? You said Holy Spirit Prep?
It is Holy Prep Spirit High School. And also, if anybody needs help with recruiting, I help with recruiting with my college connections too. I didn't pump that up, but yes, if you need any help with recruiting, your kid is uncommitted.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/
Break for a second and try to figure out what happens, because right now California has a 6-5 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. So we'll have to kind of figure out whether this game will continue, whether we'll kind of let the weather play itself out, or whether they're going to call this game. And then we'll maybe try to come back and figure out how the standings work in tie-breaking scenarios for our schedule on Saturday. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeaversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure.
Good evening. We're in the midst of a weather delay here at Georgia State Baseball Complex here in the MVP. This contest, we're in the bottom of the 6th inning with our score right now 5-4 for Team California, who is at bat when the lightning strike hit. And probably about 5 minutes ago, we had a lightning strike, so that put us at a 30-minute window to let that clear. So 30 minutes, I would say somewhere in the ballpark of 8:10, we're probably going to be clear, assuming that there's no other lightning strikes, because every time there's a lightning strike, the clock resets. So as it stands right now, we're probably looking at a resumption of play at about 8:10 p.m. 8:10 to 8:15 p.m. So with that, we will probably just move to a commercial. We'll run some commercials and kind of come back in and just let you folks know. Maybe we'll see if we can put a little banner up to kind of let anyone know who might tune in that our broadcast is in a weather delay. All right, so plan on checking back in here about 8:10 p.m. Eastern, and hopefully we'll have a resumption of play of the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
There's a shot.
Shot
To
that
right.
might be.
It could
It
go.
could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell your mama hungry.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q-Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q-Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
That might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits, to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell them mama hungry.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q-Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q-Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
Shot that might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Are you hungry for authentic Caribbean food like jerk chicken, oxtail, red snapper, shrimp, tofu, and rasta pasta? Well, find your way over to Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta.
Them belly full, but we hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life.
So we've got a good thing going.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131.
Tell your mama hungry, papa hungry, brother hungry.
Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, authentic Caribbean cuisines.
Open up the door, tell them mama hungry.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU. HBCU League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players in the land. HBCU League Pass. It's game time. I'm proud and I love my HBCU.
Follow the Black College Sports Network and all of our shows on YouTube. You can find us at MyJBN Online and on all social media at MyBCSN1.
There's a shot.
That might be. It could be.
Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
All right, welcome back to Georgia State Baseball Complex. We're out of the rain delay here. We've got about 15 minutes left of action. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Team California leading 5-4. Kamani Blakeney is at the plate, and that's who left off when the little lightning strike over right field, when we saw that, and that's when we had to go scrambling. The count currently sits at 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Ball 3, and now this is as tough of a situation for any pitcher. Imagine having to kind of sit out and then you've got to sort of regain your focus here on an even count. Full count now. On the bump for North Carolina is number 19, A.J. Anderson, Eric Anderson, better known as A.J. He has one out, a full count here. Ball fouled off. And as stated, we're probably an hour and 45 minutes into our 2 hours of allotted time. So, and there's a walk, and so Kamani Blakeney will take first base. Followed up now, coming to the plate, number 11, Logan McIntyre. So when we go to the 7th, if this score is still 5-4, or regardless, when we go to the 7th, Carolina will need to at least put one run, or they'll need to at least tie the game. And for Carolina, the key here is to get out of this inning quickly, because if we do hit our 2-hour limit and don't make it to the top of the 7th, this game will officially be over. And Blakeney will take his base at second. So this is a similar situation that we had in Game 3 yesterday between Florida and Atlanta, where kind of Atlanta, in order to give themselves an opportunity to win that game, they needed to kind of quickly get some outs, which they did. Just when they got to the bottom half, or when they got to the next inning, though, they weren't able to put up any runs. Credit to Florida for shutting that down. So same scenario here. Carolina, 2 balls and no strikes. Outside. Oh, no, check that, on the edge of the plate. So now 2 balls and 1 strike to Logan McIntyre. Logan from out of Pocahontas, Arizona. Went to Pocahontas High School. And there's a slow roller. Catcher, unable to cleanly pick that one off. And, that infield there where that sand is, not the best conditions. I mean, that was a super slow roller. And, you got the pitcher coming in to try to ground it, the catcher. And I think with every intention, the catcher wanted to kind of scoop that up and toss it, but he was able to get his hands on it. Pinch runner at first now for McIntyre, who's also the catcher. Now at the plate with runners on the corners and 1 out. Called strike there. Nick Andrews at the plate for Team California. The Show Cali Baseball Club program. Head coach Darryl Brown, known in many circles as D Brown, not to be confused with D Brown that we just spoke to prior to the rain delay. The throw to second. Runner is safe. As Ken Barksdale, the catcher, unable to get enough on that to get it up there. So now California trying to grow their lead here. Runners on second and third. The 0-2 pitch. Low ball 1. It's a big at-bat here for both teams. extending this game or extending this inning keeps Carolina off. There's a shot going to left. That's got eyes, and that's going to the wall. Almost to the corner. Slow roller, 1-2 run score for California. That's going to be a stand-up double for Nick Andrews. Nick Andrews opens up this lead now. 7-4 lead for California. Now, another interesting scenario that is now in play. California with a win would create a would tie North Carolina in the bracket. North Carolina, or Carolinas rather, they currently hold the first tiebreaker. The first tiebreaker in two tied teams in pool play is total runs scored. And currently, Carolina has 15 runs scored. With the score being 7-4, California now sits at 14 runs scored. So, again, California in a opportunity here to get to this first place game if, and I don't, now I don't know what the second, let's just say California scores and ties it up and we don't make the, time limit. What's the next tie break? Got to find that out. Love the drama here at the MVP here. Somebody's going to the championship game to take on Team Florida tomorrow at 3 p.m. There are games at noon and at 3 tomorrow. Here Saturday, if you're in the Atlanta area, want to come out and support this program, come out to the Georgia State Baseball Complex in Decatur. Runner's going to third. He slides in. They say he is safe. He got in below the tag. So with one out and a 3-1 count, runner gets a little bit closer. Our score still remains 7-4. The 3-1 pitch. And Rocky Vidal will take his base at first with a walk. Spencer Vaught, the right fielder, comes up to the plate. He has runners on the corners. First pitch, strike. Anderson stepped off the rubber to check the runner at first. But you gotta know that the runner at first is probably going to look to go here. Question is, do you check the runner at third? There's a pitch right back to the pitcher. He goes to second for one. Oh, offline, and there's that run that California needed, and the lead now is 8-4, and that officially is the 15th run of the tournament, which now ties them with Carolina for the most runs in their pool. And what's always interesting, for doing this from the broadcast booth, we can talk to the tournament officials and kind of share with you guys who are watching what these scenarios are. I bet you these coaches have, at least if they know it, it's not in their mind right now, worrying about what the tiebreakers are and what the scenarios are. I mean, they're worried about trying to finish this game and get a W. I don't think there's an analytics guy sitting there on the bench. Sometimes you might get a parent that's thinking like that, but we don't know. Back to first to check the runner. 2 outs now. Carolina, we're probably about 5 minutes away, or maybe less than 5 minutes from closing this game because of our 2-hour limit rule. Carolina needs an out, need to get out of this inning. Ooh. Tight inside. Again, our score is 8-4. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Two balls, no strikes. Called strike one there. Lights are on here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex. Two one. Doesn't get it from the up. Now it's 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Two outs here, bottom of the 6th. Runner might be going on the stretch. He is. And that ball is lifted foul. By Jordan Bolden. Jordan Bolden from Pinole, California. I hope I said that correctly. Attends Clayton Valley Charter. The 3-2 pitch, fouled off again. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here at the 15th annual MVP. A.J. Anderson, the kick to the plate. Caught him swinging. Strike 3. Anderson gets out of the inning. And we head to the 7th, I think. Everyone checking their watch. Are we under the time limit? Looks like we are going to the 7th. So the score is Team California 8, Carolina 4. But the bigger play here, both teams sitting on 15 runs. And so we'll have to find out what the next tiebreaker is. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the 7th inning. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy.
Here we go, bottom of the 7th. Team Carolina trailing 8-4. So this could very well be the last 3 outs of the contest. At least that's the plan for, that's what Team California is hoping for. But even if California wins this game, the tiebreaker in this pool for these two teams to determine who plays in the championship is total runs. And it just so happens both teams have 15 total runs in this tournament. So 1 run by Carolina could be enough. There's a high pop-up. Second baseman has it right on the edge of the infield, edge of the outfield rather, and that's 1 out. That out by number 9, Elijah Pinckney. Number 10, Brandon Davis, comes to the plate now. takes ball 1. That time, one ball and 1 strike inside. Davis got in on him, fouled it off. So now we're sitting at a 1 ball, 2 strike scenario with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. California leading 8-4. Went reaching for that one, called strike 3, swinging, and 2 down for California. 1 out away from winning this contest 8-4, forcing all kinds of chaos and tiebreak scenarios if they win and hold on here. At the plate for Carolina, number 5, Stanley Reed. Little movement on that pitch, and that was strike 1. Reed took that one. Reed from Huntersville, North Carolina, Hopewell High School. Slaps that one up the middle. Looks like the shortstop has it. Took a nice little bounce over to first. He is out, and California gets out of the inning 1-2-3 to pull away with an 8-4 victory. Well, we've got to wait and find out what the tiebreak scenarios are. Will it be Carolina that goes to play in the championship game at 3 o'clock tomorrow against Florida, or will it be California? The first tiebreaker was total runs. Both teams happen to have 15. So now we got to find out what the second tiebreak is. And so again, tomorrow's schedule will only be broadcasting the 3 p.m. game, the championship game. And so expect our broadcast to go live somewhere about maybe 2:45, 2:50, 10 to 15 minutes before that first pitch. But there will be games tomorrow, the last day of games, at noon and at 3 o'clock. Noon and 3 o'clock, our broadcast. Well, we'll have to find out, double-check that schedule, folks. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. If the game's tomorrow at noon, 3, and 6, we want to find out what time we will be going tomorrow. See if we can find out what time our games are tomorrow. Coming back right after this short commercial break, we'll tell you what the scenarios for tomorrow will look like. You're watching the MVP on the Black College Sports Network.
Tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
HBCU.
Okay, welcome back here as we put a bow on this contest or this day. So here's the scenario, folks. The game times for Saturday. First game is at 10 a.m. Second game, 12:30 p.m. Championship game at 3. We will be broadcasting the championship game at 3, so you can plan to tune in at probably about 2:45 or so, and we'll have that game. We do know that Team Florida will be in that contest. Who they play will come down to tiebreak scenarios between Carolina and California. as a result of this 8-4 victory by California, the first tiebreaker was total runs in this tournament. Both have 15. I do not know, and we do not have that information available as to what the next level of tie breaks are. So those who know, you will find out. And those who want to be surprised, tune into the broadcast tomorrow and find out which one of these amazing teams will get a chance to play against Team Florida. But there should be great baseball again tomorrow. So again, want to advertise to anyone in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Want to come out and support and see these young future stars, whether it be at your favorite college, maybe your HBCUs, or even future MLB stars. There might be one or two. Several have been drafted that have played in this event, including some young men that just were drafted in this 2020 MLB draft. Come out and support this MVP experience. First game at 10 o'clock tomorrow, second at 12:30, championship at 3. And come see these talented young men, these young boys from Chicago, North Carolina, Virginia, Atlanta, Florida, and the Carolinas. So again, for our production staff here, we are thankful for you tuning in and watching. I'm thankful to have these guys here, and we're proud to be here working with MVP, and proud to be able to showcase their event. What a great event, the 15th annual MVP, this Baseball Prospects, and you never know who you might meet. I've met a few legendary baseball players, some great coaches, some scouts. I encourage you to come out, bring your family. That'll be it for this broadcast. My name's Brian Fulford. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Saturday here at the MVP. Take care, good night, and God bless.
League Pass. Watch your favorite black colleges. Some of the best players